All right, I gotta just get this started right now. So we're waiting on some hearings. There's one at 10 o'clock. I'll probably play for a little bit. They're going to be going after the FBI, talking about how they screwed up the Larry Nassar case. That's a hearing that's going on at 10 o'clock. Hi, by the way, my name is Steve. I'm bringing you daily coverage, but I think really important, we have so much going on in our country right now. We have the whole stuff with Larry Elder, did not win the recall thing, so Newsom's still there, blah, blah, blah. We're not even going to really talk about that. You got the stuff with General Milley. You got the war in Afghanistan. You got the rising crimes. You got all this stuff going on, and what does our Senate think is an important thing to deal with today? Milk pricing, areas for improvement and reform. Here's your hearing. This is real, live right now.
The Northeast anchors our rural economies for
Milk?
generations.
What the
The years of price volatility, consolidation, rising costs.
anyone who doesn't know, this is Patrick.
Farms.
That's Patrick Leahy. He's old as shit. I mean, and I'm not ages, and I'm no.
2012, we've lost more than 40%.
He's been in office longer than I've been alive. Keep that in mind. He's held public office since 1974. 10 years longer than I've been alive on this earth.
Continue to struggle with an economic climate beyond their control. Last month, I welcomed Secretary Vilsack to Vermont. Together, we announced $350 million in assistance to dairy farmers
So
who
stupid.
received lower prices due to market abnormalities caused by the pandemic. But we've got to look forward to solutions that improve the resilience and increase transparency, address longstanding market inequities. So I look forward to their perspectives. Senator, you'll write out a whole statement in the record, but thank you for doing this. I know I don't have to tell you what dairy farms in the Northeast face. You have been a champion of them in your own state of New York. You've traveled to those farms. You've talked with the farmers. And I think there's a lot we can work together on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to recognize the ranking member of the I Committee, Senator Bozeman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thanks to Senator Leahy and for you for your championship. Nobody's worked any harder for the dairy industry than you all as the years have gone by, and it's certainly such an important industry. I too would like to thank our witnesses for being here today in person and virtually. The time you're spending away from your duties on the farm,
He said duty,
is not lost on us. We greatly appreciate your expertise and your willingness to guide us as we do our very best to serve you in the American agriculture in general. Over the August recess, I had the pleasure of visiting Helms Dairy in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. This fifth-generation farm, which has survived 2 world wars, major depressions in the farm economy, and steadily declining consumption of fluid milk and dairy products, is one of the remaining 40 dairies in Arkansas, which is truly amazing that we're at that point. As Senator Hyde-Smith has shared, the number of dairy farms has steadily declined in many southern states. I'm deeply concerned about this decline and look forward to examining this trend and ways to reverse it. While dairy policy may be a part of that conversation, the items I hear about most from dairy farmers and all farmers are concerns about higher taxes, higher input costs, and increasing regulation. And rising to each of those concerns is the tax and spend legislation that we are getting ready to be forced through Congress. In the last 40 years, the Senate Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry Committee has received budget reconciliation instructions 15 times. Between 1980 and this year, 5 committee chairs from both parties provided the leadership to ensure that there was some level of bipartisan input into the reconciliation process. Whether that was a committee hearing, input into drafting the bill. Democrats did not convene a conference committee to consider any changes in the
Shit.
final bill.
My mic was muted. Hold on, I got to do it all over. All right, so what I was going to say is, you know what's in this cup? Okay, this is We Support the Police, the PT News mugs from a while ago. This is my third cup, by the way. And I already woke up because you see that guitar back there? Yeah, I've been playing all of my songs about Joe Biden. Yeah, and they're none of which I could play on social media because I'll be immediately taken down. But you know what's in this cup of coffee right now? Milk. And I paid just about $5 a gallon for this gallon of milk. So that's why it's very important to cover this milk hearing. I mean, it's not like we have a crisis unfolding in Afghanistan. Joe Biden is going to speak tonight around 5 o'clock where whatever he's going to say was so much that the UK and Australian departments of state respectively held emergency meetings because they have no idea what he's going to say. All sorts of weird stuff is happening in our country every single day. You got General Milley, that treasonous General Milley. You can't really say any more than that, right? Even what's the guy's name? Lieutenant Vindman? Remember the guy that made up the whole story about Donald Trump with the phone call? Third party, I think it was improper. Right? Even he has called for Milley to resign. I don't think he should resign. I don't think he should do it. I think they should be charged. I think Nancy Pelosi should be charged. I think Milley should be charged. I think Biden should be charged. And every one of those generals that didn't report him should be charged. But, hey, you know what? I'm just a guy. Just a guy drinking my coffee with my $5 a gallon milk.
That's the last thing farmers and ranchers need. The part that concerns me the most is the impact this partisan process will have on consideration of the next farm bill.
I know I was muted. I'm not now. I'm just going to leave it unmuted.
The farm bill was no simple task. It took moderation on both sides and months of thoughtful deliberation to craft legislation that demonstrated wins for all. By choosing this approach, Democrats are shattering the farm bill process and putting our farmers' futures in jeopardy.
Boring.
Throughout this process, I and my Republican colleagues on this committee will do everything in our power to defend American agriculture
To not do our
from
job.
the Democrats' reckless tax and spending agenda. And I yield back with that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses. Welcome. We have two panels today. The first panel includes Mr. Jim Davenport, Jr., owner of Tollgate Farm and member of Hudson Valley Fresh of Ancramdale, New York. Welcome, Jim. Mrs. Christina Zederveen, managing partner of Black Soil Dairy, LLC of Granville, Iowa. And Mr. Mike Ferguson, owner of the Ferguson Dairy Farm of Senatobia, Mississippi. Our second panel will hear from Ms. Catherine H. Durand, Vice President of Economics and Legislative Affairs at Agrimark, Inc. in Andover, Mass. Mr. Robert Willis, President of Cedar Grove Cheese, Inc. and Clock Shadow Creamery, LLC of Plain, Wisconsin. And Christopher Wolf, E.V. Baker, Professor of Agriculture Economics at the Charles H. Dyson School of Applied Economics and Management at Cornell University of Ithaca, New York. I look forward to hearing from you all, and thank you all for sharing your time and expertise with us today. Milk pricing is rightfully considered one of the most complicated economic systems in our nation. When that system isn't working for farmers, the ramifications reach from coast to coast, including in my home state of New York. New York is the fourth largest dairy producing state and the nation's largest producer of yogurt and home to more than 3,000 dairy farms. When the milk pricing system leaves those farmers without adequate pay, the impacts are felt all across our economy. Dairy farmers are facing rising costs of production, and current dairy prices aren't covering them. Farmers' costs for needs like labor and fuel have been increasing for years, and the corn and soy used for feed are seeing a historic price rally. The consolidation and corporatization of the dairy industry has only exacerbated these issues. Large dairy operations have driven prices well below the cost of production, and family farms can't compete with the economies of scale the mega producers have. Too many farmers across the country have been driven to bankruptcy, and in very tragic cases in my own state of New York, suicide. Thousands of family farms have been left with no choice but to leave the industry entirely. Between 2003 and 2020, there has been a 55% decrease in the number of dairy farms operating nationwide, we are in the midst of a modern-day dairy crisis. Those struggles have only been magnified by the fundamental change made to Class 1 pricing formula in the 2018.
Just add that to our border crisis, Afghan crisis, crime crisis, inflation crisis, the Biden crisis. Just add the milk crisis to it.
Differential. The 74-cent addition was based on the historic price difference between the two classes, but the historically calculated formula has failed to meet the needs of the present-day market. Anytime the price differential between Class 3 and Class 4 is larger than $1.48, farmers are losing money. During the pandemic, government intervention left the price differential magnitudes larger than that. Class 3 prices skyrocketed, while Class 4 prices increased only slightly. So, using the average of the two meant the pricing never fully captured the change in the market. It left Class 1 prices as much as $4.57 per hundredweight lower under the new formula than the old. That, in turn, led to $436 million in revenue loss to pools, record amount of milk being depooled, and record low producer price differentials. All told, by the summer of this year, the new formula had already cost dairy farmers more than $750 million in lost income. I want to be clear. The pandemic and the economic downturn are not the only causes of this problem, but they did exacerbate it. The system cannot adapt to market conditions and thus is not fairly compensating our dairy farmers. The 2018 formula change is a symptom of the larger problems with our federal orders. The current FMMO system is confusing, convoluted, and too difficult to fully understand. Different orders have different rules, and some parts of the country are not even under orders. The system is inadequate and out of date. We are using an almost 100-year-old system which had its last major reform more than 20 years ago for pricing for an industry where no dairy farmer is running their farm the way they would have 100 years ago. They should not be beholden to a price system that operates as if they are. We must put the power back in the farmers' hands, help them recoup their losses, and build a system that ensures they get better prices moving forward so they aren't put in this position again. To do that, it's going to take the combined efforts of farmers, processors, and cooperatives. Today, we will be hearing from all three on why the current system is in need of reform. I look forward to their testimony. And I look forward to working with you, Senator Hyde-Smith, to address these issues and much more. And with that, I want to recognize Senator Hyde-Smith for an opening comment.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand, for holding this hearing today and to discuss milk pricing challenges. As a former Commissioner of Agriculture in my state, this is near and dear to me and has been a challenge for a very long time. Thank you to our witnesses, our dairy farmers and industry experts for taking time away from your very, very busy schedules to join us today, because I know that is a hardship in itself that you stop and take time to testify, but we certainly appreciate you doing this because it is so vital to hear from actual producers. I'm especially pleased to welcome Mr. Mike Ferguson of Senatobia, Mississippi. I know him well. He's been in the dairy business for over 40 years and runs an operation of approximately 150 head in North Mississippi. He has held a number of leadership positions in the dairy industry. He's been very helpful, very vocal, and will bring valuable insight to the subcommittee. And thank you for being available today, Mike. You've always been so genuine and so concerned and active. You want to be part of a solution, and that's exactly the kind of people we need. Before the pandemic, dairy producers faced a multi-year period of low milk and dairy commodity prices. I'm proud that during the 2020 years of COVID, my colleagues and I advanced bipartisan legislation to support dairy farm families through the pandemic. Many dairy farm families are still in business today because of the coronavirus food assistance program, despite the added price volatility and demand uncertainty caused by this unprecedented pandemic. A key component of today's discussion will be the 2018 Farm Bill change to the Class 1 milk that's been referenced to already, the price formula. and a change that included at the request of the dairy industry stakeholders. However, according to estimates by the American Farm Bureau Federation, this formula change resulted in millions of dollars of shortfalls. It's already been discussed over $750 million to farmers supplying milk to beverage milk processors. The authors of that provision certainly could not have foreseen the severe market challenges that occurred in 2020, nor could they have anticipated the unintended economic consequences of that 2018 formula change. There are certainly options to address this situation facing dairy producers today, whether it's another statutory change to the formula or changes in the achieved through administrative processes. On another front, the decline in the number of dairy farmers in the Southeast is of particular importance to me and to Ranking Member Bozeman. While Mississippi and Arkansas are indeed milk deficit states, we consume more than we produce, and I'm interested in examining whether aspects of the federal milk marketing order system make it more difficult for our producers to stay in business. The number of Mississippi dairy farms and farms across the Southeast have fallen dramatically over the last 40 years. I would like to help reverse that trend and be a part of seeing this come back. So I am glad we're here today to discuss challenges facing the industry and potential opportunities to improve the federal dairy policy. While today's subcommittee hearing is about dairy, I would like to also express my concerns about a more comprehensive topic which will certainly affect the dairy industry: the disastrous tax and spending packages that are being considered right now by our colleagues in the Democratic Party. As we speak, the U.S. House of Representatives is crafting legislation that aims to spend $135 billion or more just within USDA's jurisdiction on programs the Agriculture Committee oversees. The price tag of the overall bill is $3.5 trillion. This is deficit spending that will be paid for by hiking taxes on family farms. I expect this legislation will soon make its way to the Senate for consideration. I raise these concerns because the Senate Agriculture Committee has not held a single hearing to consider any part of this bill, and I do not anticipate that we will. And this legislation will be able to pass with a simple majority, strictly party lines, harming the American farmer. Let me say that again. $135 billion in new spending on agriculture and climate programs financed on the back of hardworking family farmers, ranchers, and foresters across rural America. Unfortunately, the public has not had any input into this process. The same can be said about the most members of this committee and Republicans as a whole. This is a product being developed by Democratic leadership behind closed doors, a reckless tax and spend agenda. Farmers, ranchers, dairymen, consumers, and everyone in between have long benefited from the professional and bipartisan manner in which this committee operates. This is not just a feel-good talking point. It is the way that we're expected to serve and the way that this committee has operated for many years. I hope my colleagues keep in mind that as they contemplate going down a very concerning road for our country, our agricultural community, and for this committee. All that said, I am pleased that we're here today to discuss ways to help the dairy industry. Perhaps we can even come up with some common sense amendment ideas to improve the partisan package I just mentioned, which at this point, unfortunately, does not include any dairy-related provisions. To our witnesses again, thank you for your time, and I look forward to your discussion, and thank you, Senator Gillibrand, for convening this very important hearing.
Thank you so much, Senator. I'd now like to recognize Senator Grassley because he has a conflict at 10 o'clock for your opening remarks and introduction of your witness.
I have a privilege of introducing a witness. Before I do that, I want to put something in the record that associates my remarks with what the Ranking Member Boozman said about the irresponsible spending in the reconciliation bill and the tax policies that are going to be very detrimental to farming. Welcome, Christina. Ms. Zeiderveen, managing partner of 3 dairies, Black Soil Dairy, Granville, Iowa, Mount Hope Dairy, Bearsford, South Dakota, Dakota Plains Dairy, Centerville, South Dakota. On a day-to-day basis, Christina works in bookkeeping and HR. Christina is also on the board of the Iowa State Dairy Association. She is also a member of Edge Dairy Farmers Cooperative, located in the upper Midwest, and serves on a regional milk pricing task force. She has previously served on the Central Plains Dairy Expo Board of Directors. Christina attended Cornerstone University, received her degree in business marketing. She grew up on a dairy farm in California before her family took the operation to Michigan State. She now resides in Iowa with her husband Nate and their 3 children. I last saw Christina in a discussion about all these issues we're talking about here today when we had a small dairy farmers meeting while the Iowa State Fair was going on in Des Moines. Welcome. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Will you put this in the record?
Thank you so much, Senator Grassley. And then our last witness who hasn't been introduced is Mr. Jim Davenport. He is a dairy farmer from Ancrumdale, New York. He has been a member of the Agrimark Dairy Cooperative since he and his wife Karen started shipping milk in 1986. He is also one of 9 farmer-owned owners of the Hudson Valley Fresh. This group of farmers own a bottling plant in Kingston, New York, and process over 1 million pounds of raw milk each month into high-quality fluid milk, yogurt, sour cream, and ice cream mix. Hudson Valley Fresh supplies all of the dairy products used by the United States Military Academy at West Point. Thank you very much for being here today, Jim. And we just introduced Christina, and Senator Hyde-Smith introduced Mike. So, Mr. Davenport, you can proceed with your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank Senator Gillibrand for asking me down to testify today. On our small farm of 64 milking cows, I'm over 50% of the hourly labor and over 90% of the management. Therefore, I am fully aware that there are 168 hours in a week. Any week that I work less than half of those hours is good. Taking time off to be here makes this a good week. I would also like to thank Senator Gillibrand for her work on making the current DMC program so responsive to the needs of the small dairy farms during this period of sky-high feed prices and inadequate milk prices. When we started shipping milk in 1986, there were about 250,000 licensed dairies in the U.S. At the end of 2020, there were under 32,000. In 1986, the average dairy farm was 43 cows. Today is close to 300. In our federal order for a few years, we shipped about the daily average production for the order. Lately, it has shot up to over twice what we produce each day, and our production has crept up because we're doing things more efficiently. Keeping small farms viable is critical for our survival. As I stated in my written testimony, since its inception, the federal order system has served us well. Recent COVID-induced market turmoil, especially in the fluid milk business, show that the pricing system needs to be adjusted to reflect the current milk product mix and market swings. I know of no large independent dairy processors to be vertically integrated. Unlike the pork or poultry industry, dairy processors want nothing to do with milking cows. All of the vertical integration in the fluid milk business comes from the bottom up. Dairy farmers are trying to capture a larger share of the consumer dollar. People in the dairy industry more knowledgeable than I are batting around ideas to reform milk pricing. The process the USDA uses to do this will work, just take some time. We just have to be vigilant and keep a watch on what transpires and be sure it benefits the ones with the hardest job, the producers, the dairy farmers. 40 years ago in ag economics class, I learned that demand for fluid milk is inelastic, meaning that consumers don't buy more when the price is low or less when the price is high. I hope that someone comes up with a plan to price fluid milk off of something less volatile than the cheese, butter, powder markets. If the consumer demand for fluid milk tends to be steady, then so should the fluid portion of the dairy farmer's price. And that's my written part of my oral. I see I have 2 minutes and 16 seconds left. So I will just expound on that a little bit. Basically, what we're hearing here today from the folks.
We have 6 nominees and 2 bills on today's agenda, all of which will be held over. The nominees held over are Toby Heitens, nominated to the 4th Circuit, Patricia Giles, nominated to the Eastern District of Virginia, Michael Nachmanoff, nominated to the Eastern District of Virginia, Sarala Nagala, nominated to the District of Connecticut, Omar Williams, nominated to the District of Connecticut, and Hampton Dellinger, nominated to be Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Policy. We also have 2 bipartisan bills on the agenda, which will likewise be held over. The bills are S 1787 and S 2502. And we will stand down for a moment or two as our first witnesses come before the committee. I don't know if Senator Moran is present.
I want to put a statement on the record.
I'm going to let you.
For the meeting.
I'm going to let you do it.
That you just.
Oh, well, thank you. Senator Grassley, without objection, has a statement for the record on the nominees and bills just mentioned.
You should adjourn the markup.
We adjourn the markup and we'll resume momentarily in the hearing schedule.
I'm going to the bathroom. You get started.
All right, guys. So I switched over. Business meeting followed by an hearing to examine the Inspector General's report. What? And they're in a recess, of course, already. Come on. You just started. They just started and they're already in a recess. I guess I'll switch back to the milk BS, because that's still going on. And then when that hearing does start, I'll switch over to that. Then we'll cover Jen Psaki today. We'll do all that. Plus, I'll probably rant at some point. But we're also working on some stuff. And the sun is, I got to put some up there so the sun doesn't like blind me. But anyway, milk.
Mrs. Zederveen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning. It is an honor to be here representing the many dairy families in Iowa and across the United States. Chairwoman Gillibrand and Ranking Member Hyde-Smith, thank you for giving me the privilege of taking part in our governing process. I was born into a California dairy family who chased better market conditions into Michigan in the mid-90s. After we were married, my husband and I worked on his family's 500-cow dairy before taking an opportunity in an emerging dairy market, the Central Plains. I live with my husband and our 3 children in Northwest Iowa, but we also work closely with my brother in Southeast South Dakota. Together, across 3 locations, we milk 15,000 cows. Most milk in the United States is regulated through federal milk marketing orders, FMMOs. This system was put in place decades ago to prevent dairy processors from making one dairy farmer bid against the other. In other words, FMMOs promise dairy producers that if their milk is as good as their neighbors, they will be paid the same price. But after decades of decline in sales of fluid milk, that promise now seems to be broken. Although these conditions have benefited me personally in the last year, I am advocating for change because I want a fair system where everyone can compete on a level playing field. In 2020, cheese prices were very high. We shipped to a cheese processor, so our milk check was high, and we were able to pay down debt and grow our operations. Meanwhile, some of our neighbors were forced to implement cost-cutting measures to stay afloat. I have spoken to dairy farmers all across Iowa who are struggling because they are paid far less for their milk because they are not paid solely on that cheese price. Our prices are most definitely not uniform. This disparity is not unique to my region. I have family in California, Indiana, and Michigan with the same problem. On the surface, it seems that pooling rules are the problem, but the deeper issue is that FMMOs do not provide market-based incentives to move milk to the processing plants where it is most valuable. For decades, FMMOs encouraged overproduction of cheap, non-fat dry milk powder. When fluid sales were high, they subsidized milk powder returns. With fluid sales declining, per federal order rules, cheesemakers are left to subsidize powder through revenue pooling, and they declined to do so in 2020. Good intentions to create a
State
system.
of Illinois, an article published in the Chicago Tribune spotlighted a former Chicago Blackhawks coach who pled guilty to sexual contact with a high school student he was coaching. Cases like these make clear that sexual abuse of young athletes is a persistent problem that teams, leagues, athletic associations, and other institutions are failing to prevent. It shocks the conscience when those failures come from law enforcement itself, and yet that is exactly what happened in the Nassar case. For decades, while Larry Nassar worked as team.
All right, so I'm going to watch that one for a little bit instead of the milk one because, well, they're going to rip into the FBI, and Christopher Wray is going to testify, and I'm hoping that, they actually ask him some questions. So no, they're not banning milk. The hearing that we were watching before is because they want better regulations in milk pricing and blah, 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 because inflation and milk prices are going up and the milk people are not getting paid for it and blah, 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 blah. So that's what they're doing while we have, a country in crisis. They're holding a meeting about milk. And I understand it affects the dairy farmers and all that, and I'm trying to be sympathetic, but it's pretty hard for me to do it. But I'm going to switch over to the dereliction of duty, FBI's handling of Larry Nassar investigation.
The subcommittee of the Senate Commerce Committee, led by our colleagues, Senator Richard Blumenthal and Senator Jerry Moran, conducted an 18-month investigation into this case.
I'm also heating up my printer. I'm going to print some shirts. You guys can watch that later.
USA Gymnastics knowingly concealed abuse by Nassar between the summer of 2015 and September of 2016. The Senate passed 2 bills aimed at addressing the failures in the Nassar case with overwhelming bipartisan support: the Protecting Young Victims from Sexual Abuse Act of 2017, sponsored by Senator Feinstein, and the Empowering Olympic, Paralympic, and Amateur Athletes Act of 2020 by Senators Moran and Blumenthal. Both extended the duty of certain adults to report suspected child abuse. These are good and important steps, but the reporting requirement in both laws is not worth much if law enforcement and the FBI fail to respond and immediately and aggressively investigate the abuse cases. And that's exactly what happened in the Nassar case. The Inspector General's findings in his July report paint a shocking picture of FBI dereliction of duty and gross incompetence. The Inspector General's scathing report details the neglect and inaction of the FBI in inspecting the Nassar allegations, beginning in July of 2015, 15 months before they were publicly reported. The facts revealed by the Inspector General exposed apathetic, incompetent, and unethical senior FBI officials. In the 15-month period that FBI officials shirked their responsibility, Nassar abused at least 70 young athletes. For many of them, this was a continuation, but for others, they were abused for the first time while the FBI sat on the case. The FBI waited weeks from the initial report to undertake any investigative activity. The FBI failed to timely interview key witnesses. The FBI failed to properly document witness statements and store evidence. The FBI failed to inform state and local authorities of Nassar's abuse when it believed the assault allegations likely did not fall within federal jurisdiction. One senior FBI official went so far as to seek a job with USA Gymnastics CEO at the same time he was overseeing the FBI's failed investigative effort. And then, to add insult to injury, the FBI supervisors doctored the paperwork, misled the media, and lied to the Inspector General in an effort to conceal their dereliction of duty. Some may be tempted to minimize this misconduct as a fault of a few bad apples. Make no mistake, egregious failures like this one do not arise out of nowhere. They are enabled by systematic organizational failures of training, supervision, hiring, and promotion. I'm committed to pursuing legislation to hold abusers accountable and provide justice to survivors. I know many of my colleagues feel exactly the same. Today, our focus is on the FBI. How did it fail so badly when it came to Larry Nassar's victims? What are FBI leaders today doing to ensure that this never happens again? Today, we are fortunate to hear from 4 outstanding witnesses who survived Larry Nassar's abuse. They and the hundreds of athletes who also suffered at the hands of Nassar deserved much better from everyone, including the FBI. We'll also hear from the Inspector General and the FBI Director, who owe these young women and this committee an explanation of what the FBI is doing to ensure that this never happens again. And I'll add that I am disappointed. We asked the Justice Department to testify about their decision not to prosecute the 2 FBI officials who made false statements to the IG. I understand it's a long-standing department policy not to comment on decisions not to prosecute, but robust oversight of the Department of Justice is a core responsibility of this committee. I'm committed to ensuring that committee members have an opportunity to question the Department of Justice about this issue at an oversight hearing in the fall. The FBI's handling of the Nassar case is a stain on the Bureau. As chairman of the Judiciary Committee, I'm committed to working to ensure that the failures of the FBI, the gross failures of the FBI in this case, will never be repeated. Now I recognize Ranking Member Grassley.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, for a very strong and appropriate statement that you just made. Thank you for holding this hearing. Thank you for involving me and others in this hearing as well. As the former chairman of this committee, I convened a hearing in 2017 on the importance of protecting young athletes against abuse. It took place before Larry Nassar, the now disgraced team doctor for the USA Gymnastics, was convicted. Our committee heard then from other gymnasts about a culture in competitive sports that made it difficult for many girls to come forward and report their sexual abuse. That hearing convinced me of the need to champion legislation on which I worked closely with Senator Feinstein, then ranking member, in 2017. Its enactment means that coaches, instructors, and others who work with young athletes now are mandatory reporters of child exploitation or abuse. Because oversight of the FBI is one of our committee's important duties, I also repeatedly pressed the FBI for more information on its handling of the Nassar investigation from 2017 to the present. FBI personnel ignored my staff's request in January 2018 for a briefing, and when I contacted the FBI by letter to restate the request, I was advised that the Inspector General was reviewing the matter. The FBI, while one of our premier law enforcement agencies, has stumbled in several ways in recent years. In a recent example, an Associated Press investigating identified half a dozen sexual misconduct allegations involving senior FBI personnel over the past 5 years, with each of the accused officials avoiding discipline. Another shocking example came to light this summer when the Inspector General completed his report on the handling of sexual abuse allegations against the former team doctor for USA Gymnastics. It was then that we learned that the FBI severely let down dozens of teenage girls, several of whom bravely came forward in 2015 to report their abuse. Children suffered needlessly because of multiple agents in multiple offices that the FBI neglected to share Nassar's allegations with their law enforcement counterparts at the state and local levels. Disturbingly, the abuse occurred at the hands of someone who was entrusted with their medical treatment and well-being. Brave survivors, now poised young women, are with us today, and we welcome you and your testimony. The FBI, in its July 13th response to the Inspector General's report, attributes this episode to a few agents at the FBI field offices who neglected to carry out their duties properly. I suspect there's much more to that story. One issue, not talked about much, is that the FBI has a division in Washington, D.C., known as the Violent Crimes Against Children Unit. This component of headquarters was notified by 2 of its field offices about the Nassar allegations way back in 2015 and 2016, respectively. The Children's Unit employs subject matter experts, so it is well positioned in the FBI to guide those field offices on their duties in child exploitation cases. Because it's housed at headquarters, this children's unit also was uniquely positioned to play a coordinating role by supervising case transfers to the appropriate FBI field offices. And this unit was well positioned to offer qualitative supervision of field officers' work. For example, by ensuring that follow-up occurs in sensitive cases. Tragically, it's obvious these things did not happen. The FBI, including this children's unit, also placed publicity and its image before victims' protection in this case. The children's unit helped develop a white paper, or more accurately, a whitewash, after the Nassar case attracted national attention. Ensuring that truthful information was provided about the FBI's role in this investigation was clearly not the main priority. This is a serious problem at the heart of the FBI, not a case of a few errant agents. At today's hearing, I hope to hear more about exactly who at FBI headquarters, other than its children's unit, knew about the Nassar allegations, how and when they learned of these allegations, and what they did in response. If there's one thing the Inspector General's report illustrates, it's this, that we need to make sure the Bureau is more effective and held more accountable. This episode is unfortunate too, because, as I've said repeatedly, there are many extremely fine men and women in the FBI, and many who serve their country well as employees of that superb agency. I look forward to hearing from young women who were the first to bravely come forward and share their experience of abuse. I also hope to hear from our government witnesses on how to improve the FBI's approach in child exploitation cases and how to ensure negligent agents are held accountable, just like Chairman Durbin has asked. Finally, I want to mention that I'm working on legislation to close the legislative loophole in the sex tourism statute that the Inspector General flagged in his report. This gap in the law allowed Larry Nassar to evade federal prosecution for assaulting children while traveling abroad, and that can never happen again. I look forward to working with the Inspector General, members on this committee, and making this necessary change in law. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Grassley, and we look forward to working with you on a bipartisan basis. I now recognize Senator Dianne Feinstein of California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the opportunity to say a few words about this appalling abuse of young athletes and the failures of the FBI to protect them. It was more than 5 years ago that we heard about the horrific abuse perpetrated by Larry Nassar and began working to reform how amateur athletic organizations handle sexual abuse allegations. I have met several times with some of our witnesses. I believe 2 are here today, and other athletes who have been harmed by the conduct that we're all here today to discuss. And the strength and the courage that I have seen from these young women is really astonishing and a role model for others. They are really the champions for sexual abuse prevention who are speaking out to ensure other young athletes don't suffer as they did. Unfortunately, their bravery in some cases, has been met with a disturbing lack of action within the FBI. The findings in the Justice Department's Inspector General July report found serious problems with how the FBI conducted its investigation of Larry Nassar. The agency's failures allowed a sexual predator to continue to abuse more than 70 young women. That is inexcusable, Mr. Chairman. It should not be a survivor's burden to continually seek justice and demand an end to their nightmares. That's the job of our law enforcement agencies, and the FBI candidly must do better. Hopefully, this hearing will make that clear. Now it's our turn to take action on behalf of these women. Congress must do everything we can to protect others that come after them. Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing, and hopefully we can ensure that these failures are never repeated.
Senator Feinstein, thanks for your leadership on this issue as well. Senator Cornyn?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Ranking Member Grassley for holding this hearing and giving me a chance to say a few words here at the beginning. As these women and countless survivors before them have demonstrated, it takes tremendous courage for victims of sexual assault to come forward and tell their story. Whether it's telling a family member, a friend, or law enforcement about their abuse, there are fears that their claims will not be taken seriously, or they'll be ignored, or that the victim, will somehow be blamed. Those fears cause survivors to remain silent for months, years, or even a lifetime. Unfortunately, the FBI's mishandling of this case has done nothing to convince survivors that their trauma will be treated with the urgency and care it deserves. When survivors make the difficult decision to come forward, they should be treated with dignity and respect. That's the bare minimum, and it didn't happen here. If allegations raised by well-known world-class athletes are not taken seriously by the FBI, what hope do other victims of sexual assault have? If this monster was able to continue harming these women and girls after his victims first went to the FBI, how many other abusers have escaped justice? Again, if the FBI did so little in the investigation involving world-class athletes, what hope can an average American have? What faith can they have in the system? I wrote a letter to Inspector General Horowitz last summer urging him to release his report, which back then was overdue, so we could begin to answer some of these questions. I'm disappointed it took more than a year after that letter was sent for the report to be finally released, and it's fair to say that his report has left us with many questions. There were obviously catastrophic failures at multiple levels of law enforcement, which resulted in direct harm of these young women. The FBI had two separate opportunities to do its job, and it failed. In fact, it was the University Police Department that finally did a real investigation, one that finally brought Nassar to justice. I've always believed that the FBI should be the gold standard for law enforcement, and I believe that by and large it is. But instead, in examples like this, we see failure of ethics, failure of competence, and dishonesty. I'm eager to ask Inspector General Horowitz, and Director Wray about the grave missteps made by the FBI, and more importantly, to understand the changes they will be implementing to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. We must demand real change and real accountability, and will not be satisfied by platitudes and vague promises about improved performance. This nation must be a place where, when victims speak, they are not ignored. And it must be a place where those who commit crimes like Larry Nassar are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And the FBI must demonstrate, as they have not attempted to do before, that they understand their failures, they will learn from them, and do better. And Mr. Chairman, I would just want to recognize the leadership of Senator Moran, who will be testifying here, and Senator Blumenthal on the part of the Commerce Committee in spearheading a lot of this investigation, urging us all to this point where we are today. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn, and I'll echo that. The next person to speak will be Senator Richard Blumenthal, who on our side of the aisle has been a real leader on the issue, together with his partner in this effort, Senator Jerry Moran, who will testify just briefly afterwards. Senator Blumenthal, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, and my gratitude to you for holding this profoundly significant hearing, and to Senator Moran, my partner, who has worked tirelessly with me on this issue and been a great partner in our common effort. But most important, I really want to thank the athletes and survivors who are here. You have truly inspired us. I will never forget the moment that we stood in the Kennedy caucus room. There were 40 or more of you, and you told us that you had been failed repeatedly by institutions that were supposed to protect you, and you called on us to keep our word. Today's hearing is another step in our keeping the promise that we made to you then, that we would work to hold accountable the institutions that failed you and to reform them and make sure that this kind of wrongdoing, more than wrongdoing, heinous, hideous abuse never happens again. We have investigated and produced a report. We've asked the Inspector General to investigate as well, and he has produced a report. And let me just come right to the reason we're here today. It's not only that the FBI failed to do its job systematically and repeatedly, it is also the cover-up that occurred afterward, when FBI agents made material false statements and deceptive omissions referred by the Inspector General for criminal prosecution. Those referrals were declined without explanation, without any public explanation at all. My hope is that the Department of Justice, which was invited today and has declined to appear, will match your courage by explaining why those lies by FBI agents did not lead to criminal prosecution and accountability. And even days before this hearing, there had been no action, even administratively. Only with this hearing staring the FBI in the face did they fire one of those FBI agents. There's no question, Larry Nassar was a monster, a horrific predator. He was not the only monster in gymnastics, and gymnastics was not the only sport that had monsters. Our report focused not only on the monsters, but the enablers, the institutions that failed you, the schools like Michigan State University, USA Gymnastics, the coaches and trainers. They all looked the other way when you came to them. And then the FBI looked the other way in July of 2015. They looked the other way and did nothing until late 2016, almost 18 months later. And in that time period, dozens of young women lay before Larry Nassar, and he did with them what he wanted, with trauma and terror that will last a lifetime. That pain was preventable. It was needless. The FBI's failure to act had real human consequences. And that will be forever a stain on the FBI's reputation. but even more so, the cover-up that occurred afterward. Because when those agents came under scrutiny, they actually manufactured statements. They lied about what survivors told them. The ultimate abuse of authority. There is nothing we can do to reverse the pain and grief that Larry Nassar caused you, but we can take action against the law enforcers who became enablers. Those institutions became enablers, and so did the FBI. And so I call on the Department of Justice to come forward. They declined to do so today. Senator Feinstein and I specifically wrote them and urged them to be here. They owe the American people and you an explanation. And I call on the Department of Justice to pursue action, not just administrative action, but criminal prosecution where appropriate. This day is a hard one, probably a little bit scary for you, but also hard for all of us who have valued and respected the work of the FBI. The FBI has admitted, and I quote, "The actions and inactions of the FBI employees described in the OIG report are inexcusable and a discredit to this organization," end quote. I agree, but it isn't just those two FBI employees who are to blame. This failure was systematic. This investigation was mishandled from coast to coast, from Indianapolis to Los Angeles, and it has to leave us wondering whether the FBI is capable of these kinds of sexual abuse investigation. I'll close where I began. We wouldn't be here but for the tremendous courage of so many survivors and their unwavering demand for change. But there must be accountability for the individuals and institutions that enabled Larry Nassar. Anything else is unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. We will now hear from Senator Blackburn. I believe she's going to appear on the screen, and the last opening statement will be from Senator Moran. So, Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I so appreciate that we're having this hearing today and have the opportunity to hear firsthand from some of these athletes, and appreciate the work and the effort that the committee has put into a preparation for this. You know, over the past few years, we have seen scandal after scandal arise. They have come to light. They have exposed men who have abused their positions of power to take advantage of and harm women. These stories of abuse continue to be shocking every time that we hear them. And as a woman, we are inclined to listen more closely, to believe these stories, because we have seen this type behavior before. It is really hard to imagine a scandal, however, that comes as close to the depravity of Larry Nassar. The young athletes who are with us today trusted him, and he abused that trust, not once, but repeatedly. In the years since, Larry Nassar's evil has been outshone by the courage of these young women who have given strength to so many to go after what happened in these crimes. Many of these brave young women should be saluted, every one of them saluted, for the positions that they have taken to stand up, to tell their stories, and to go after justice for themselves and for fellow athletes. Now, as we have heard others of my colleagues say, it is shameful that the FBI was very slow to respond. It is shameful that the FBI, who is charged with investigating these horrific crimes and abuse, grossly failed to fulfill this duty. They sat idly by. They turned a blind eye. And Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things that we all want to hear is, why did they discount? Why did they devalue what they were hearing from these athletes? From the time this arose to them until action was taken by the university, by local police, and there was a dismissal of Larry Nassar, there were 70 more victims. And I will add, those are the victims that we know about, that have come to light. Every single person in authority who turned a blind eye to these young athletes' allegations is complicit in Nassar's crimes, and each one of them should be considered a predator. We cannot save future generations of women and girls from this kind of horrific abuse if we continue to settle for diplomatic resolutions. We owe it to these young women and to girls and women everywhere to figure out why their government failed them, why these institutions did not listen to them. And that process begins today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Blackburn. I'll ask as our final witness here, Senator Jerry Moran. Though he's not a member of this committee, he's been a real leader with Senator Blumenthal in oversight and legislation in response to this issue. Senator Moran.
Chairman Durbin and Ranking Member Grassley, thank you for holding this hearing, most importantly, and thank you also for inviting me to speak before the committee today. I am grateful for your interest in this topic. I'd like to thank the survivors who will once again tell their stories. I express my respect for them today. Michaela Maroney, Maggie Nichols, Simone Biles, Allie Reisman, as well as all the survivors who are also, other survivors who are also joining us today, Jessica Howard, Jamie Dancer, Kaylee Lorenz. On January the 25th, 2018, as chairman of the Senate Commerce Subcommittee with jurisdiction over the health and safety of amateur athletes, Senator Blumenthal, my ranking member, and I opened an investigation into how USA Gymnastics, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and Michigan State University allowed a monster to assault and abuse young women for decades. Early in our meeting with the survivors, one of them asked the question, and it has stuck with me since then. Since the very beginning of our investigation 3.5 years ago, and the question was, why was there more than one of us? I do not know how to answer that question. I do not know a human being that I would not expect to report if someone told them they were being abused, to report to law enforcement, to officials. And yet, time and time again, no one accepted that responsibility for these young women. Why was there more than one? And most recently, we learned even the Federal Bureau of Investigation belongs on the list of those who failed in their responsibility, allowing for there to be more than one, more than dozens. Over 18 months, we held 4 committee hearings, we conducted hundreds of interviews, and we reviewed over 70,000 pages of documents. This bipartisan effort culminated last fall in the passage of the Empower Olympic and Paralympic and Amateur Athlete Act, which strengthened legal liability and accountability mechanisms over the Olympic movement in the United States and worked to restore a culture that put athletes first. We know, we knew, we continue to know, our job is not done. We will continue working with athletes and survivors now to make certain that that law is effective in meeting its goals. And we are here today because of those athletes, those victims, those survivors, because of their advocacy and their courage. Together, we have demanded change and accountability from the institutions and individuals who covered up, enabled, and contributed to the abuse of young athletes. And as I said earlier, unfortunately, that list now includes the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Senator Blumenthal is correct. It's not just about these survivors. It's not just about gymnastics. It's not even necessarily about the Olympics. This challenge is pervasive in our country, in our society, in our culture, and the Chairman Durbin, indicated today an instance in his home state. All of us could find those, know those, and recognize that there is much more to be done. But during the course of our investigation, we uncovered evidence the FBI received credible information of the dangers Nassar posed to athletes. Yet, the FBI did not appear to take any additional actions. Furthermore, we learned that while the agents in Indianapolis claimed to have sent information they gathered to the appropriate offices in Michigan, it wasn't until evidence collected by local authorities that evidence was turned over to the FBI in Lansing, Michigan, and that officials in Michigan then learned of Nassar's abuse. Subsequently, the OIG report in July confirmed this misconduct. The OIG report confirmed our suspicions. The FBI received explicit warnings about Larry Nassar's horrific abuse from a survivor years before the perpetrator was finally arrested. The FBI failed to protect our athletes. This inaction is appalling and, as we've all said, unacceptable. I remain committed to working with this committee, the Judiciary Committee, my colleagues in the Senate, and the survivors here today to protect and empower all athletes. As the ranking member of the Appropriations Subcommittee that oversees the Department of Justice, I will work to be certain the FBI agents are held accountable for their actions, that it is never repeated. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, in that regard, and I know Senator Sheen, the now chairperson of our Appropriations Subcommittee, would join us in that effort. Our goal should remain the same, to hold accountable those for these crimes and to make certain future generations can train, can compete, and can succeed without fear of abuse. I appreciate Inspector Horwitz and his report, his thoroughness. I thank Senator Blumenthal for his partnership in our subcommittees, 3.5 and now continuing efforts. And I particularly thank the Senate Judiciary Committee for allowing me to speak today. This is something we must not forget, and all of us need to be able to answer why was there more than one. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Moran, for your testimony and good work on this issue. We are now going to transition into the first panel, and I ask the staff to do their good work, and if you can just hold for a minute. Go ahead. We'll now turn to our panel of witnesses, and I invite them to come forward and be seated. Though they probably need no introduction, they're so well known across this nation, I do want to say a few words about some amazing young women who've come to speak to us today. Our first panel has 4 witnesses who are members and former members of USA Gymnastics. They are Olympians and national and international gymnastic champions, and each of them is also a survivor. In alphabetical order, our first witness, Simone Biles, one of the greatest gymnasts of all time. She is the first woman to capture 5 all-around world championship titles and the most decorated gymnast, male or female, in world championships history, 25 medals overall. She is a 7-time Olympic medalist. Her extraordinary accomplishments have received widespread recognition, including 2 Associated Press Female Athlete of the Year awards. Michaela Maroney was a member of the American women's gymnastics team dubbed the Fierce Five at the 2012 Summer Olympics. She won a gold medal in team competition and an individual silver medal in the vault. She was also a member of the American team at the 2011 World Championships, where she won gold medals in the team and vault competitions, and the 2013 World Championships, where she defended her vault title. And we frequently see her on TV jumping on a roof. Our next witness, Maggie Nichols, led the University of Oklahoma women's gymnastics team to team national championships in 2017 and 2019, also winning 6 individual titles. She represented the United States at the 2015 World Championships, where she won a gold medal in team competition and a bronze medal on floor exercise. She also holds several USA Gymnastics National Championship medals. Finally, Aly Raisman, one of the most accomplished American gymnasts of all time, 2-time Olympian, team captain of the 2012 and 2016 women's gymnastics team, captured 6 Olympic and 4 World Championship medals, including an individual silver medal in the 2016 Olympic all-around and gold medals in team competition in 2012 and 2016. A leader on and off the floor, Raisman uses her platform to advocate for abuse prevention and education. I thank you each for being here. Let me lay out the mechanics of the rest of this hearing. After we swear in the witnesses on the first panel, which is the tradition of this committee, each witness will have 5 minutes to provide their opening statements. There will then be 1 round of questions, and this is extraordinary procedure. Each senator will have 1 minute of questioning. So please honor your allotted time to ask a question. Following that, we will switch to our second panel. We'll once again have 5-minute opening statements from the witnesses. After opening statements, we'll have another round of question. Each senator will have 5 minutes for a question. Could the witnesses please stand to be sworn in? If you'd raise your right hand, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Be seated. Ms. Biles, you're first, if you'd like to give your opening statement.
Did I? Oh, it's on. Sorry.
If you'll pull the microphone close to you, it works much better.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my story with this committee and for bringing light to the crisis of abuse in amateur sports. Your commitment to ensuring the safety of gymnasts and all amateur athletes is appreciated, important, and necessary to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. Please bear with me. To be perfectly honest, I can imagine no place that I would be less comfortable right now than sitting here in front of you, sharing these comments. My name is Simone Biles, and I am a gymnast who has trained at the levels of the sport. As an elite gymnast, I have had the honor to represent the United States of America in multiple international competitions, including World Championships and the Olympic Games. Over the course of my gymnastics career, I have won 25 World Championship medals and 7 Olympic medals for Team USA. That record means so much to me, and I am proud of my representation of this nation through gymnastics. I am also a survivor of sexual abuse, and I believe without a doubt that the circumstances that led to my abuse and allowed it to continue are directly the result of the fact that the organizations created by Congress to oversee and protect me as an athlete, USA Gymnastics and the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee failed to do their jobs. Nelson Mandela once said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. It is the power of that statement that compels and empowers me to be here in front of you today. I don't want another young gymnast, Olympic athlete, or any individual to experience the horror that I and hundreds of others have endured before, during, and continuing to this day in the wake. of the Larry Nassar abuse. To be clear,
Take your time.
To be clear, I blame Larry Nassar, and I also blame an entire system that enabled and perpetrated his abuse. USA Gymnastics and the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee knew that I was abused by their official team doctor long before I was ever made aware of their knowledge. In May of 2015, Rhonda Fayen, the former head of USA Gymnastics women's program, was told by my friend and teammate, Maggie Nichols, that she suspected I, too, was a victim. I didn't understand the magnitude of what all was happening until the Indianapolis Star published its article in the fall of 2016, entitled, Former USA Gymnastics Doctor Accused of Abuse. Yet while I was a member of the 2016 U.S. Olympic team, neither USAG, USOPC, nor the FBI ever contacted me or my parents. While others had been informed and investigations were ongoing, I had been left to wonder why I was not told until after the Rio Games. This is the largest case of sexual abuse in the history of American sport. And although there has been a fully independent investigation of the FBI's handling of the case, neither USAG nor USOPC have ever been made the subject of the same level of scrutiny. These are the entities entrusted with the protection of our sport and our athletes, and yet it feels like questions of responsibility and organizational failures remain unanswered. As you pursue the answers to those questions, I ask that your work be guided by the same question that Rachel Denhollander and many others have asked: how much is a little girl worth? I sit before you today to raise my voice so that no little girl must endure what I, the athletes at this table, and the countless others who needlessly suffered under Nassar's guise of medical treatment, which we continue to endure today. We suffered and continue to suffer because no one at FBI, USAG, or the USOPC did what was necessary to protect us. We have been failed, and we deserve answers. Nassar is where he belongs, but those who enabled him deserve to be held accountable. If they are not, I am convinced that this will continue to happen to others across Olympic sports. In reviewing the OIG's report, it truly feels like the FBI turned a blind eye to us and went out of its way to help protect USAG and USOPC. A message needs to be sent. If you allow a predator to harm children, the consequences will be swift and severe. Enough is enough. I will close with one final thought. The scars of this horrific abuse continue to live with all of us. As the lone competitor in the recent Tokyo Games who was a survivor of this horror, I can assure you that the impacts of this man's abuse are not ever over or forgotten. The announcement in the spring of 2020 that the Tokyo Games were to be postponed for a year meant that I would be going to the gym, to training, to therapy, living daily among the reminders of this story for another 365 days. As I have stated in the past, one thing that helped me push each and every day was the goal of not allowing this crisis to be ignored. I worked incredibly hard to make sure that my presence could maintain a connection between the failures and the competition at Tokyo 2020. That has proven to be an exceptionally difficult burden for me to carry, particularly when required to travel to Tokyo without the support of any of my family. I am a strong individual and I will persevere, but I never should have been left alone to suffer the abuse of Larry Nassar. And the only reason I did was because of the failures that lie at the heart of the abuse that you are now asked to investigate. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts with this committee today. I want to sincerely thank each of you for joining the survivors of this abuse to do what we all can to prevent anything like this from ever happening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Biles. Ms. Maroney? You have to push the button on your microphone. Slide.
Are we on?
There we
All
go.
right. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and members of the Judiciary Committee for inviting me to speak today. As most of you are probably aware, I was molested by the U.S. Gymnastics national team and Olympic team doctor, Larry Nassar. And in actuality, he turned out to be more of a pedophile than he was a doctor. What I'm trying to bring to your attention today is something incredibly disturbing and illegal. After telling my entire story of abuse to the FBI in the summer of 2015, not only did the FBI not report my abuse, but when they eventually documented my report 17 months later, they made entirely false claims about what I said. After reading the Office of Inspector General's OIG report, I was shocked and deeply disappointed at this narrative they chose to fabricate. They chose to lie about what I said and protect a serial child molester rather than protect not only me, but countless others. My story is one in which Special Agent in Charge Jay Abbott and his subordinates did not want you to hear, and it's time that I tell you. In the summer of 2015, like I said, I was scheduled to speak to the FBI about my abuse with Larry Nassar over the phone. I was too sick to go meet with anyone in person, and talking about this abuse would give me PTSD for days. But I chose to speak about it to try and make a difference and protect others. I remember sitting on my bedroom floor for nearly 3 hours as I told them what happened to me. I hadn't even told my own mother about these facts, but I thought as uncomfortable and as hard as it was to tell my story, I was going to make a difference, and hopefully protecting others from the same abuse. I answered all of their questions honestly and clearly, and I disclosed all of my molestations I had endured by Nassar to them in extreme detail. They told me to start from the beginning. I told them about the sport of gymnastics, how you make the national team, and how I came to meet Larry Nassar when I was 13 at a Texas camp. I told him that the first thing Larry Nassar ever said to me was to change into shorts with no underwear because that would make it easier for him to work on me. And within minutes, he had his fingers in my vagina. The FBI then immediately asked, "Did he insert his fingers into your rectum?" I said, "No, he never did." They asked if he used gloves. I said, "No, he never did." They asked if this...
As hard as that is, I'm not listening to that. Oh, shit. I'm going to go back to the other hearing. I'm not listening to that. We'll listen to Milk. If you want to go hear that hearing, you can do it. Oh, God, it makes me want to punch somebody. Can't listen to that shit. I can't do that. Damn, let's listen to the Milk one.
Pretty complicated topic, but I do know that the changes that we make in the system, I'd like to see them encourage innovation, and processors should have the freedom to expand and discover new markets so that we can continue to export, trade our product, and compete for the best price for our dairy producers.
The make allowance, I think that in some areas of the country, there is a service provided to take extra milk and put it into a product that has a longer shelf life and can go into international market, providing there's containers that wait around long enough to get on the boat full of dairy products and not go back empty. But that's in my testimony, written. And I think that I think that somehow someone has to just keep an eye on make allowances, and if there's something that is a little bit untoward for the dairy farmer, that we can adjust them. Just how, the mechanism, I don't really know. And the second part of the question was, sorry.
Whether you recommend any changes to the length of time required to request and hold hearings and implement.
I think it would be nice to make the process move along faster. Never having participated in it myself, I probably was going to lead that to the economists to have some ideas on that. But I believe that as long as that process has the input from all the concerns in the industry, that's very important. And, I would rather see it take a little longer and be complete and done well than to be rushed and then have to go back and redo the whole process again. Thanks.
Mr. Ferguson, any remarks?
Yes, Senator. As I think I mentioned earlier, as far as make allowances are concerned, it would be very beneficial in the Southeast to have a make allowance for the help with the balancing cost, because that is a huge issue in our marketing area. And it's the rulemaking process. Sometimes it's a very tedious process. Could there be some efficiencies gained that would shorten that process? I would think that any operation that tells you that they can't by tightening things up, they can't do just as good or a better job. I think they're kind of on the wrong page. I think that the process could be a little shorter because it's very, as it stands now, it's a very frustrating process. So yes, I think there could be some shortening of the length.
Thank you. Thank you to our witnesses. Your testimony has been extremely helpful. If you'd like to add anything additional to your testimony, you may write a letter to the committee. Thank you so much. And we're now going to introduce our next panel. I'll introduce them while they get settled. We'll hear from Ms. Catherine H. Durand, Vice President of Economics, Legislative Affairs for Agrimark. We will hear from Mr. Robert Willis, President of Cedar Grove Cheese, Inc. and Clock Shadow Creamery, and Mr. Christopher Wolf, the Baker Professor of Agriculture Economics at the Dyson School of Applied Economics at Cornell.
Shouldn't have to say this, but if you're in YouTube, trying to compare how someone dressed when they go to a congressional hearing versus being molested as a child is stupid. So don't do that on YouTube. I'm tempted just to ban you for being an idiot. I mean, I'll call you out. You're stupid. That's a really stupid comment. Very, very stupid comment. I don't want to, that's my personal preference. I don't listen to that kind of testimony. Which is why I've switched over to the milk hearing. I don't know if I even want to pay attention to. They have another gymnastics girl speaking now. I believe there's a couple more. All right, I'll oblige you, bro. Sunken land, Steve. See you later. Bye. I don't know. Well, we'll try because I think it's important to listen to. But that was disgusting. I don't want to hear about that.
I traveled internationally for 4.
You know what? I'm just gonna wait until these are done, and then these questions are done. I'm gonna switch over to the milk hearing. We'll watch the milk hearing. Jen Psaki someone said my mic is cutting out. That's cool. It's probably I don't know why. Who cares? But the milk hearing, I just realized too, all the sweatshirts that I ordered, you saw me printing on that gray shirt, and then I was like, wait, I didn't order any gray shirts, and it turns out they didn't send me any gray hoodies, they sent me gray t-shirts, which if you know the cost of t-shirts, there's a huge price difference there, so I got ripped off for like $1,000, and now I had to call them, and yeah, so long story short, I'm going to start printing in a second black t-shirts with the Second Amendment, and you'll see it in a second. But for right now, when Christopher Wray does get up and testify, or when these girls are done giving their opening statements, I'll probably switch back. But then we'll wait and see what happens. Yeah, there's noise cancellation and all that.
dairy farmers, thank you so much for spearheading this hearing and for the opportunity to testify before you today. It's a great honor to share the voices of my farmer members. Milk pricing is front and center for our farmers, particularly with the year we just lived through. We applaud you for your continued support of our dairy farmers and industry and greatly appreciate your efforts to secure the latest pandemic market volatility assistance program, as well as the dairy margin coverage adjustments. Your involvement and your leadership is why I'm here today and why it was so important for Agrimark to be a part of this hearing. As was mentioned this morning, dairy farming is a 24/7 commitment, 365 days a year. Besides the physical labor, the mental and financial side can be equally draining. As our nation and global economy have evolved in recent years, the issues facing today's dairy farmers are far more complex than what was faced by generations of farmers before them. Our dairy farmers are resilient, but they are not impervious to these compounding forces. Today's challenges encompass the impacts that global trade has on our markets, labor pressures at all levels of the supply chain, and changes in consumer desires. Together, they have placed a tremendous amount of stress not only on our dairy farmers, but supply chains and their cooperative businesses as well. Collectively, we must work to ensure that our dairy supply chains are strong and viable, starting with our dairy farmers. Dairy farmers help feed America, and they are playing an increasing role in providing sustainable nutrition to the world. Our dairy farmers are critical to our local and regional economies, creating jobs, conserving land, and supporting local food systems. We must ensure that they have the markets, programs, and tools to continue to operate and be sustainable for generations to come. At Agrimark, I engage with our members every day, discussing the current marketplace and forecast. Milk pricing is something that our farmers are particularly concerned about and something that Agrimark is actively working on to improve on a national level. Our cooperative is a member of the National Milk Producers Federation as well as the International Dairy Foods Association. I serve on the Economic Policy Committee of each organization, both of which are working on milk pricing and policy issues. In 2019, both of these committees started a deep dive into widespread pricing reform conversations until the pandemic put an abrupt halt to those efforts. Last year's extreme volatility and unique market circumstances unveiled underlying flaws in our federal order system and drew acute attention to three key elements: negative producer price differentials, or PPDs, depooling, and the Class 1 mover. For farmers, this showed up as unfamiliar milk checks, causing a lot of unease, misunderstanding, and many questioning if the system was working properly or not. And it gave the industry an even greater urgency to revisit the need for federal order reform. The federal order system provides significant value and safeguards to dairy farmers, cooperatives, and processors. They are critical to price discovery, orderly marketing, and ensure timely payment to dairy producers. Yet, as we've discussed here today, the industry has changed significantly since the last order reform in 2000. Industry growth, increased cost, and participation on the export market are all viable reasons to thoroughly revisit the orders and revise them to better reflect today's marketplace. We want our federal order system to evolve and to be supportive of the needs of today's dairy market participants, especially those of our farmers. As we work to improve orders, it is critically important that we recognize the intersections in milk pricing and how a change in one area can have an impact and change another. In this context, the current Class 1 mover has caused significant depooling and substantially reduced producer revenue, which was not intended. This needs to be addressed. While I deeply and personally understand the urgency to resolve our challenges, thorough analysis of these intersections, considering all perspectives, is essential to guaranteeing reform success. Changes should be made through the formal rulemaking process to ensure that a comprehensive approach is taken and that producer, processor, and consumer voices are heard and considered. There is much work to be done to evolve this federal order system, and the industry is on board and hard at work. We must continue to strengthen pricing mechanisms, provide aid to all farmers when needed, and build consumer trust domestically and in emerging markets across the globe. This hearing is an important step in the early stages of this dialogue. So once again, I thank you for your advocacy, investment in our industry, and once again, the opportunity to share my thoughts with you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wills. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Senator Gillibrand, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. My two cheese factories are supplied by about 28 farms. 10 years ago, when I started Clock Shadow Creamery, the green cheese factory in Milwaukee, I decided that we would be supplying consumers throughout the state. I've always viewed my role as supporting dairy producers who supply milk to our factory as well as supporting the health and safety of our consumers. But today, I fear for the future of the dairy industry. The subject of today's remarks is tough to condense, but let me try in just a few sentences. Federally administered milk pricing established by Congress now functions opposite of its intent. Higher federal milk market orders have features that cause higher dairy prices for consumers and create lower milk prices for farmers. The order system responds slowly and inadequately to changes in costs and demand shocks. It encourages inefficient trucking and location of dairy facilities, and the complexity of the system creates opportunities for anti-competitive behavior and promotes consolidation. And here's the thing, the 90-year-old structure of the orders creates the problems I noted below, but the outside pressures today are exposing how this system threatens the continuing existence of dairy farming in the United States. Today, the dairy industry faces increased international competition. We face rising costs and uncertainty from climate change, and we face disruptive biocultured technologies that threaten to produce dairy ingredients from genetically engineered microbes. Milk pricing administered in the federal orders hasn't been able to evolve to fairly address a changing dairy industry, and this old mechanism definitely has no tools to address global competition, the need for more sustainable production, and disruptive cell-cultivated replacements. The survival of the dairy industry depends on your decision to end the rigidities of the market order system as soon as possible. Originally, milk market orders were intended to get nutritious fluid milk to consumers, especially children, throughout the country. In practice, the orders raise the price of fluid milk and pay farmers to dump milk, a horrible practice that is disrespectful to the animals, hardworking farmers, and hungry citizens. In the heart of the system is milk pricing. Milk is priced by class. A pool from the premium added to sales of bottled milk is shared among farms that ship to manufacturers of yogurt, cheese, and butter or milk powder. Farmers are only better off if that premium on fluid milk exceeds the loss in value from lower prices in the other classes, plus inefficiencies that are created by the process. Precise conditions are required from monopolistic market segmentation to increase the overall value of milk. Although the redistribution system makes it appear that all farmers are winners, evidence suggests that classified pricing reduces total farm revenues. Federal milk orders are immensely complicated. 11 different regional market orders have different prices and rules, and changing a single regulation in order requires a costly hearing process that stretches on for years. Large companies and cooperatives unnecessarily transport milk to take advantage of price differences among orders. Order shopping gives those large companies a competitive advantage over regional processors. There's superior understanding of the intricacies of the system, and the ability to take advantage of regional differences gives big companies a stake in continuing the market order system. The dairy industry has worked around the fossilized structure of federal orders for decades, but new challenges are coming that require efficiency and innovation that the orders prevent. Milk pricing in federal orders has zero provisions to recognize costs associated with exporting dairy products, or the added cost of developing unique new products tailored to the taste of consumers in other nations. The newer challenge facing this old dairy system is imitation or clone dairy products. Plant-based milk substitutes such as soy and almond drinks provide an important alternative for people who are unable to consume dairy. The sales of these products have grown, but only a small amount of consumption has seemed to replace milk. But the next wave of fermentation-based technologies using genetically altered microbes to produce specific dairy proteins in large tanks. As unnatural as that sounds, business startups are attracting large investments from international investors. These companies have dabbled in products like animal-free ice cream, but the first really large threat they pose is large-scale production of mimicked whey protein, the byproduct from cheese making. Without a whey market, cheese plants would struggle to make a profit, would have fewer dollars to pay dairy farmers, and would face the environmental challenge of disposing of perfectly good whey. Beyond replicating individual proteins, some entrepreneurs even claim to be able to copy milk exactly by using cloned mammary cells. None of these challenges to milk sales, including international competitors and processors of vegetable analogs or biotech replacements, are saddled with the burden of conforming with federal milk marketing orders. Our farmers should not lose the competition just because they're not allowed to compete fairly.
Dr. Wolf, would you like to give 5 minutes?
Chairwoman Gillibrand, Ranking Member Hyde-Smith, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to be part of this hearing. The U.S. dairy industry is diverse in terms of farm size, production technology, geography, and market served. Major trends that have influenced the industry in recent years include changing consumption patterns, the rise of international trade as a major outlet for U.S. dairy products, and consolidation at all levels of the supply chain. Federal milk marketing orders using multiple component pricing, which handle the majority of production in the country, pay farms based on component value plus a producer price differential that reflects the pool value in excess of the components. In 2020, record negative producer price differentials occurred, which were not just abnormal in magnitude, they were unpredictable and greatly contributed to farm milk price volatility. Recent research found that the large declines in producer price differentials were caused by a whole host of factors, including trends in utilization, driven by consumption trends, trends in milk component production, the change in Class 1 skim milk pricing mover, and depooling of milk by Class 3 processors. The impact of each of these factors varied both across federal milk marketing order and over time. The regional impacts depended on utilization, processing capacity, and other market factors. On average, across federal milk marketing orders, the largest impact contributing to negative producer price differentials in 2020 was depooling of milk, while another significant impact was the aforementioned Class 1 pricing change. Both of these factors were exacerbated by the historically wide divergence in Class 3 and Class 4 milk prices in 2020 due to the change in consumption from food away from home to almost exclusively at home, as well as government purchases of dairy products. With respect to consumption, beverage milk consumption has trended downward on a per capita basis, with the rate of decline increasing since 2010. In contrast to beverage consumption, cheese, butter, and total dairy product consumption have been growing. The rise of exports has coincided with increasing U.S. milk production. Since 2005, dairy exports have grown from accounting for about 5% of milk production to currently accounting for more than 16%. Export markets assist in balancing the production of butterfat and milk proteins. There are farm milk price implications of growing dairy exports, including the influence of international supply and demand factors, as well as the political impacts of trade. The issues that motivate this hearing relate to farm milk pricing under the federal milk marketing orders. When the orders were created, the majority of milk in those orders was used in fluid products. Shrinking relative share of Class 1 or fluid consumption milk means that there's less money in the revenue pool. Given the age of the federal milk marketing order system, length of time since the last major reform, and changes in the market from both the production and consumption side, it is likely time to re-examine aspects of the federal milk marketing orders. Issues that are widely regarded as in need of attention at this time include the Class 1 mover and make allowances. Class 1 milk pricing methods were changed in the 2018 Farm Bill and implemented in 2019 to make the Class 1 skim milk price mover be the average of Class 3 and Class 4 advanced skim milk price plus a fixed 74 cents, rather than the higher of those advanced prices. The 74-cent per hundredweight differential was chosen to be revenue neutral. One implication of this rule change is that when the difference between Class 3 and Class 4 advanced skim milk price exceeds $1.48 per hundredweight, the resulting Class 1 price built from this new formula is less than it would have been using the higher of. Price differences of this magnitude were not unheard of previously, but the pandemic resulted in a wide and prolonged divergence in Class 3 and Class 4 prices in 2020. This large divergence in butter and cheese prices meant that the Class 1 milk prices were lower than they would have been under the former pricing rule, and focused attention on this aspect.
I'm going to switch back over to the other hearing and see if
that
that
the wholesale dairy product price that accounts for the manufacturing cost when calculating the component.
All of you and a lot of you that aren't here as well.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, it's not enough just to commend you for your bravery of speaking out, but by your speaking out, you're helping not only young women, but wherever there might be the abuse that you talk about. And it's very difficult, I'm sure, in this public setting for you to speak that, and we felt that from you speaking out about it. It's got to be a hard job, but thank you for coming forward. So I'm going to ask questions of any one of you or all of you. You decide how you want to respond to this, but I hope at least one person would speak up. What can you tell Congress and the government witnesses testifying here today about the additional steps, if any, that we should take to ensure that we better protect child athletes? And we heard from all of you about the agents and the FBI not doing its job or even lying to us. And you heard about a bill that I am proposing. But beyond those things, do you have anything you'd like to add that Congress should hear from you to protect child athletes?
I think it's really important to look at the connection between the FBI, USA Gymnastics, and the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee. And we cannot believe that there's a safer future for children unless we fully understand every single thing that happened. And USA Gymnastics does say that they've done investigations, but those were not completely independent, and the scope of the investigation matters. Nobody should be off limits. Nothing should be off limits. It should go back decades, and that has not been done, and it's been something that we've been asking for years and years. And so I personally would like to see all three organizations completely investigated, and the scope of it matters, because until we know all the facts, it's just guesswork. And I hope you guys feel the same way about, as I do, that if we're thinking about children going into gymnastics or sports, I don't want to be guessing that they're going to be okay. I want to know with 100% certainty that somebody that looked the other way for us isn't still in a position of power. And so I think the investigation is crucial. And until that, I don't have any faith that things will get better in the sport.
Okay, if no one else wants to go beyond that, I'll go to my last question. I hope this isn't something so sensitive you don't feel you can talk about it, but do you have any thoughts or inputs to share about Safe Sport, the national nonprofit entity that has been tasked by Congress with handling allegations from amateur athletes?
Yeah, I personally think Safe Sport is, I'm trying to be respectful here. I don't like Safe Sport. I hear from many survivors that they report their abuse, and it's like playing hot potato where someone else kicks it over to somebody else and they don't hear back for a really long time. I think a really big issue is that Safe Sport is funded by USA Gymnastics or the United States Olympic Committee. I'm not sure exactly what the correct terminology is, but if you're Safe Sport and you are funded by the organization you're investigating, they're likely not going to do the right thing. And so I think that it needs to be completely separate. And I personally think Safe Sport needs a lot of work. And I know from many survivors, and my mom has personally reported things to Safe Sport, and we've followed up so many times. They say we can't help you, or they either ignore us or pass it on to somebody else, and the person they pass it on to says they kick it back to them. It's just a complete mess, and the priority doesn't seem to be safety and well-being of athletes. It seems to be protecting USA Gymnastics and doing everything to keep the PR good.
Yeah, I agree. Nobody really wants to be held accountable, and nobody really knows who to hold accountable. So I think in order to help, there needs to be a specific person who is in charge of protecting these athletes, and it falls on them when they're not. And instead of it being passed around and everyone just being like, oh, we don't know what happened, whose job was that? There needs to be a specific job for that.
Thank you. Now call on Senator Leahy and remind my colleagues we're trying to make this question period concise, so please do your best.
I want to thank you all for having the courage to come here today. I can only imagine how painful it is to relive these experiences, but I think that the resilience, the perseverance you're showing the world today is incredibly admirable. And I hope that young survivors who see this, who feel powerless to tell their stories, will feel, yes, here's an example, they should tell it. But I think it has to be far more than just telling the stories. I mean, obviously, like Senator Durbin, I've been on this committee for a long time, and I cannot think of anything so moving. And we're going to hear senators and others talk about accountability and justice today. But what does genuine accountability look like to you? When do you feel justice will be done for the injustices you suffered? That really should be the question we have today. And I'd like to hear from all of you on that. When do you feel justice will be done? And what does genuine accountability look like?
You want to try that one?
Yeah, sure. Well, first, going back to, I probably sound like a broken record, but I'm going to try. Hopefully today will be the one that this time I say it, it actually happens. But for me, accountability looks like, first of all, I think that obviously this should have never happened. One time being abused is too many. One child being abused is too many. But I think a complete and full independent investigation of the FBI, USA Gymnastics, and the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee. And then from there, then we will know the answers of who should be held accountable. I also think that there needs to be, when we think about a new USA Gymnastics or a new United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, survivors need to be in the room. They need to be able to be, we need to feel like we are not adversaries to USA Gymnastics, and we need to feel like our voices matter, that they care, that they want to actually be a part of the change that we so desperately want. I think that I'm not trying to speak for them, but I imagine we all feel that it is crazy for me to try to wrap my head around. All we are asking for is that when a child goes into gymnastics or goes to school or does anything, that they can be spared abuse. And the fact that we've been treated like adversaries by so many organizations and our abuse has been diminished. We've been victim shamed online over and over again. We've been gaslit. We've been made to feel that we don't matter, and by these organizations, and I never want another child to feel that way again. And Michaela Maroney mentioned this. So often survivors already question themselves. They distrust how they feel. And that is something that I went through, and especially because the FBI made me feel like my abuse didn't count and it wasn't a big deal. And I remember sitting there with the FBI agent and him trying to convince me that it wasn't that bad. And it's taken me years of therapy to realize that my abuse was bad, that it does matter. And so I think it's really important to also have education and prevention in the sport as well. I don't see these organizations doing enough to have every single staff member, every single athlete, every single parent, guardian, every single person that walks into a gym, I believe, should be educated to prevent and recognize emotional, physical, sexual, mental abuse, everything in between. Because if we don't have an investigation and we don't have education and prevention, then this problem and this nightmare is going to keep happening over and over again.
Anybody else care to? Or should I assume you all agree with that, right?
Yes.
So do I. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Senator Leahy. Senator Cornyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say,
Oh, okay.
that we
Sorry,
thank.
just one more to add. We also want to see
Excuse me.
them at least be federally prosecuted to the fullest extent because they need to be held accountable.
As a former prosecutor, I agree with that. Thank you.
Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to thank these 4 survivors who are joining us today, and I want to tell you how much I respect and admire your courage and for sounding the alarm on a system that has abused and neglected you, but was supposed to protect you. Your stories are difficult for you to tell, I know, and but it's extraordinarily important for us to hear it, as hard as it is for you and for us to hear. Because I believe that your courage will inspire a generation of women to speak out against those who've abused them. And I want you to know, we all want you to know, we're very proud of your courage and the example that you set for other young women. And I sincerely hope that your courage in speaking out will be a step toward righting the wrongs that have led to these injustices, so we can ensure that these mistakes will never, ever be repeated. So thank you for shining a light on this issue and for advocating for victims across the country. As you know, you are not alone. Because too often, those allegations are downplayed, slow-walked, or ignored. So now our job is to make sure that your sacrifices, your trauma, and your nightmare have not been in vain. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for me, this was a deja vu. I listened to these young women. I saw their courage. I saw their willingness to step forward. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to take some action. I would like to present a letter that's sent to the Chief Executive Officer of the United States Center for Safe Sport, which has 8 specific things. This is on behalf of Senator Murray and myself. So if I may put that in.
Without objection.
And I really hope that no one ever goes through the horrors that you have experienced. And I hope that when, and I believe we will take action, that this is enough for you to put this behind you in your life, and that you can lead a life that is just as full and happy as is possible, and that we do our job and see that we prevent this from ever happening again. So I just want to thank you so much. I've had the occasion to sit down with you, at least 2 of you, around my conference table and see the tears. And those days are now behind. And I'm convinced that this Senate will act. And I thank you so much because you have played a big role, if and when we do, in making it happen. Thanks, Mr.
Thanks, Senator Feinstein. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each of you for being here. Being here this morning was not easy. Each of you inspire millions across the globe. Millions look to your athletic achievements. You have all stood on the biggest stages in the world and done extraordinary things, things that take your breath away, that amaze children and adults. And you were able to do that through tens of thousands of hours of incredible hard work. And yet that work pales compared to the courage it took to come here today and to tell your story publicly. You could have stayed silent. You could have avoided the scrutiny, the pain, and I will say, watching you testify this morning, you could see the pain in each of you sharing that story. But that courage that you've demonstrated by going public, by reporting this abuse, by shining a light, that courage matters, and it's making a difference in the lives of others. The system failed you. What happened to you was grotesque, it was criminal, it was abusive, it was evil. I'm the father of two little girls who are both athletes, not at the level of each of you, but what you experience is every parent's nightmare. That when you entrust your child to coaches or doctors or trainers, you're trusting that your kids will be taken care of, not that they will be abused and targeted. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank you for calling out the abuse, calling out the system that failed you, and that system needs to change. That system needs to be held accountable so that this doesn't happen again. I want to thank you for the kids that won't face abuse because of your courage, and each of you, Allie, Maggie, Michaela, Simone, and I'll say, Simone, you're a Texan and a Houstonian. The entire state of Texas is immensely proud of you and proud of all of you. And I got to say, right now at home, there's a little girl or a little boy who's watching this, who may be facing their own personal hell, may be facing abuse, whether in sports and some other context, a monster who is doing unspeakable things to them. And that little girl, that little boy, I hope, sees your courage and realizes that she can come forward and say something too, that he can call out the person who's hurting them. So thank you for your courage. It makes an enormous difference.
Thanks, Senator Cruz. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. I want to first thank our colleague, Senator Blumenthal, who has been so persistent in this for so long, and thank you and the ranking member, Senator Grassley, for holding this hearing. I want to compliment all of our witnesses for the stunning clarity and grace of your testimony here. Your quest for accountability is 100% justified, and thank you for pursuing it. We will endeavor to help you in that pursuit. It is astonishing and disturbing how many adults let you down and failed at one of the most basic responsibilities of adulthood, which is to look out for children, take care of them, behave properly, and hear and trust them. So I guess on behalf of adults everywhere, we owe you an apology. But what you've done today is impressive, and it will make a difference, and I'm grateful to you for stepping up the way you have.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Hawley is on via WebEx, and you'll see him on the screen momentarily. I hope. Senator Hawley.
Sometimes you just gotta step outside your comfort zone and say, goodbye, Landon on Facebook. Bro, goodbye. And I'm not deleting your comments, I'm just banning you from the page. We don't need people that are trying to justify like this didn't happen and that the FBI didn't do something wrong. We already know. Everybody knows that this happened. So I'm not gonna tolerate people that are just coming in here to troll and just have arguments with people. All right, that's not what this page is supposed to be about. I just assume turn off the chat so we don't have to deal with it anymore. But nobody has to worry on Facebook. Landon is gone.
The gymnastics community continued to inspire us. I was one of the geeks that was up at 4 a.m. Watching this live, watching the Olympics live this time. And to think when you fall off the balance beams and you get back on, or you grab those bars when you still have an injury, or you perform some floor exercise that no one knows was possible, to all of us that are watching, to us that is the courage, something we could never imagine doing. but the real courage is what you're doing today. Your bravery is on full display. And as a former prosecutor, like some of my colleagues, I know firsthand, I've seen it, how hard it is to testify before a room of strangers. And this time you're doing it in front of the U.S. Senate. And what you're doing is, of course, part of your own healing, but it is also part of healing for kids you're never going to meet, little girls and boys that maybe are aware of your fame and what you've done, but may not ever be aware of what you are doing today. And I think you have heard it from so many of my colleagues that have been leading on these bills, and I've been proud to co-sponsor them. But more must be done, more oversight, more accountability. By coming forward today, you are going to make that difference so we can make sure on your behalf that this never happens again. Thank you, Simone, Michaela, Maggie, and Allie, for representing the women and girls of USA Gymnastics so well on the world stage, but most importantly, so well today. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. We're going to try one more time with Senator Cotton. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I want to also take a moment to thank each of the witnesses who are appearing this morning. The four of you have done remarkable things in your lives. You've been patriotic competitors, dedicated athletes, good role models, and you've represented the United States of America expertly on the global stage. But perhaps even more impressive is the courage that each of you has displayed in coming forward about the abuse you faced. And in doing so, you weren't just taking on one terrible abuser, but potentially facing down an entire system. Mm-hmm. This isn't the first time that we've had hearings on this issue. In 2017, 2018, for example, the Senate heard from others who had faced similar abuse, including Jordan Weaver, who was a teammate to several of you and is now the head coach of University of Arkansas Gymnastics, and of whom we're also extremely proud. Unfortunately, for too long, the system failed the very women that it was supposed to protect. The report by Inspector General Horowitz makes clear that there are individuals whose inaction, incompetence, and worse enable that system and who should be held accountable. So I look forward to hearing from Director Ray and the Inspector General about how that will be remedied. And I once again thank each of you for coming before the committee and sharing your stories today.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. Ranking Member Grassley, thank you for holding this hearing. Each of you are adults now. You are grown women. You've demonstrated your strength, your determination, your persistence in testifying here today. But as we all know, in terrible detail, you were victimized as young girls, and we have failed you. United States Olympic Committee, USA Gymnastics, those in federal law enforcement who were responsible for taking your horrible testimony and translating it into prompt and decisive action to protect other children and to secure justice for you. Thank you for the courage it takes to testify and to insist on justice. Thank you to Senator Blumenthal and Senator Moran for your persistent and effective engagement in this. We will next turn to hearing the Director of the FBI and the Inspector General about what has been found by the Inspector General and what action will be taken next. I just want to briefly share with you one of the most concerning parts of what you shared with us today was about your initial interviews with the FBI. Where it was conducted, how it was conducted, that you were left alone as a teenage girl to have an interview by phone with an FBI agent who somehow suggested what you were testifying to wasn't horrific, or tried to persuade you that it wasn't that bad, or under a circumstance that made it clear to you that the person responsible for USA Gymnastics might be present and might have somehow compromised that interview. The whole way in which all of your interviews were conducted was just awful. Now, sadly, that's been the experience for millions of victims of child sexual abuse over decades in the United States. And the positive thing I just wanted to share with you today is that for years now, there has been a national network of child advocacy centers There's one in each county in my state, which brings together trauma-informed child welfare professionals and law enforcement to make sure that victims are only interviewed once, that they're interviewed in appropriate settings, that they're interviewed in a way that respects and recognizes the trauma and the abuse they've suffered, and that ensures that your horrible experiences in terms of those initial interviews, and it's been compounded by your having to testify and speak again and again. We are working on that system. Senator Blunt and I will soon reintroduce a bill that will reauthorize this and double the funding for it. There's now a national network of 880 of these child advocacy centers all over the country. So I just wanted to share with you and with any victim of abuse or the families who know about their child's abuse who might be watching, that what happened to you should not and need not happen again. There are professional, trauma-informed, child welfare-centered opportunities around the country to seek justice. And Ms. Maroney, I can see what I've just said has particularly impacted you. Thank you, all four of you, for your courage, your persistence, and your demands for justice. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Coons. I believe Senator Blumenthal will be next.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My thanks again. You are really heroes and stars and role models for many young men and women around the country. And your courage, obviously, is impressive to all of us on this committee, but so is your grace and daring, your athleticism, your grace and daring as people, and your determination not to be defined by the abuse that you suffered and to seek help, which should be also a model to others. A number of you have made reference to the therapy that you have sought, which also takes courage. But you have been involved in a sport that often involves injuries, physical injuries, and the abuse you suffered involves emotional injuries that you are seeking to treat as you would any physical injury. I would like to ask you, I know at least one of the athletes in the room was abused after July 2015. Let me just ask each of you, you can answer yes or no, whether you know of athletes that were abused by Larry Nassar after July 2015 during the 18-month period when the FBI did nothing. You can just say, yes, you do. If you want to tell me how many, if you know. If not, just yes or no. Ms. Biles?
Yes. You can go ahead.
Yeah, Kaylee Lorenz is here today, and she was abused after I spoke out.
Yes.
Yes, I've met many of them. And I also just want to be clear that in the time that I had reported my abuse to USA Gymnastics, I followed up many, many times. My mom would follow up for me a lot of the time because I'm sure, as you can imagine, it was so hard for me, but also I was so scared because of the positions of power. And we followed up so many times, and we were constantly told that they were working on it. The most important thing was to keep it confidential, not to tell anyone. They even told me not really to talk about it with Michaela Maroney, give her breathing room. And so I thought that it was being handled, and so I can't express to you when you're told by the president of USA Gymnastics at the time, Steve Penny, that they're handling it, they got it. I didn't know they were going to mishandle it and cover it up like they have. And when they're telling me they're talking to FBI and they should be reaching out soon, I unfortunately believed them. And I can't tell you how horrifying it is to meet young girls who look up to me, who watched me compete in the Olympics and tell me that they went to see Nassar because of me and my teammates, because they wanted to see the Olympic doctor. And I guess in his office, Nassar's office, he had some photos of us. And so they went to see him because they thought it was so cool to have the same doctor as us. And so that's been one of the hardest and most devastating parts for me, is so many survivors suffer with guilt and shame. And so it takes everything I have to work on not taking the blame for that, because it's horrific. And it's horrible to meet them and to know that over 100 victims could have been spared the abuse if all we needed was one adult to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join all of my colleagues in thanking each of you for coming forward. And we know that there are young kids who look up to you as the fantastic athletes and gymnasts that you are. But as they get older, I hope that they realize the courage that so many of us use that word, courage, you coming forward to tell us your stories and the experiences of horrific abuse that you suffered. I think all people who have suffered abuse, it is really hard for them to even talk to anybody about it. And it was hard enough for you to report your abuse, to be very specific about what happened to you, but then to be shunted aside, to get the feeling that that the people that you relied on to do their jobs, that they thought it was not a big deal. I think that compounds the horrific abuse that you experienced. So you're right to demand better from the FBI, the USA Gymnastics, and others, including us, in this hearing today, and to show people that reports of abuse should be taken seriously, and those who come forward, as you did, should be believed, period. So your courage and shining a light on a culture of complicity, exploitation, and abuse of power inspire others to come forward. And so I acknowledge how much courage it took for you to report in the first place, to have to undergo that horrifying experiences, once again, to tell perfect strangers what happened to you and to not be taken seriously. And that is what we need to change. And you have to undergo therapy, but you know what? The main thing is that we should prevent these kinds of abuses from happening in the first place, and that is where, and of course, if it happens, we need to hold the people who abuse accountable. Thank you so much for coming forward.
Thanks, Senator Hirono. We probably have another 10 or 15 minutes, and I don't know if we need a break now or want to go straight through to the end. Anybody looking for a break?
We're good.
You're good? Mm-hmm. Great. Senator Booker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you as well for being here today. It took tremendous courage. I'm not sure how many people fully realize the burden on survivors in America to come forward and recall what happened to them. It is, in a sense, not just recalling the trauma and the violence and the pain, but it is, as you all well know, being forced to relive it. And for that, I'm deeply grateful that you would sit here in a room of strangers in front of powerful people and, again, relive that trauma. And I also know you didn't come here for our kind words or our proudness or our empathy. You came here for justice. You came here for action. You've heard words literally for years, and you're still fighting. You're fighting against a systemic problem in our country that isn't just in sports. We've seen it from church institutions to the Boy Scouts. When you talk about pedophilia all the way to sexual assault, we see it in diners, workplaces, factory floors. And you all as athletes are doing something in a tradition that is, to me, what has helped to call the conscience of our country forward and expand our moral imagination to stop injustices of other sorts from people who endured outrageous realities like Billie Jean King, who used their platforms not to try to get individual attention, but to try to change this nation and make it more just. And so I'm grateful that we are at a point where we have such bipartisan determination in this town. It's not often enough, but here we have bipartisan determination of some of my most respected colleagues to deliver what you really came for, which is action. I say that to tell you also that we all know that the road to change, real change, systemic change, not just in sport, but in our culture that seems to tolerate such a high level of this sort of violence, that is going to take time. And there's one saying that always rings in my head, that the only thing necessary for injustice to continue is for good people to do nothing. And you all have seen that firsthand. And so I've heard you before be asked the question by media to even in this institution today, you asked the question, do you have any words for other survivors? I would like to simply ask the question of you to answer, to put the point and the light where it belongs. It shouldn't take something directly happening to us to trigger our empathy and our action. And maybe I would like to know if you have any words for Americans who, amidst a country where this violence happens every single day, is there something you'd like to say to us who all have to understand that we are playing a part in a culture that allows this to happen?
I would like to say that I personally don't think that people realize how much experiencing a type of abuse is not something that one just suffers in the moment. It carries on with them sometimes for the rest of their lives. For example, being here today is taking everything I have. My main concern is I hope I have the energy even to just walk out of here. I don't think people realize how much it affects us, how much the PTSD, how much the trauma impacts us, and for every survivor it's different. Healing looks different for every survivor. The aftermath looks very different. For me, just to paint a picture, I used to train some days 7 hours a day when I was training for the Olympics, and processing my abuse affected me so much, and it is still something I struggle with, that I can remember when I first shared my story publicly for a very, very long time, I didn't even have the energy to stand up in the shower. I would have to sit on the floor and wash my hair because standing up was too exhausting for me. I couldn't even go for a 10-minute walk outside. And this is someone I've competed in 2 Olympic Games. And there are times where I feel like I forget what I'm saying. I feel like my mind isn't working. I feel like I have no energy at all. I'm 27 years old, and my 80-year-old grandfather has more energy than I do. And I've often wondered, am I ever going to feel better? And it has affected my health. In the last couple of years, I've had to be taken in an ambulance because I pass out, and I'm so sick from just the trauma. And it might not even be after a hearing like this. It just hits me out of the blue. And so I think it's important for people to understand how much, even if we're not crying, how much we are all struggling and how much survivors are suffering. Because people often say, well, why did you just come forward now? Because it's terrifying to come forward, the fear of not being believed, but also because it affects us so much, and sometimes it's impossible just to say the words out loud. And so I just want people to know, and I'm sure for a lot of us, especially myself, like this might take me months to recover. And so I just wanted to make that clear because I think it's important for people to start recognizing you may never know what someone else is going through, but for people who have been through trauma, it's really hard. And if someone's watching this that is feeling really tired, that is a survivor and doesn't know why they're having certain issues that are new, just know that that you're not alone. And I experienced the same thing. And hopefully in time we can feel better.
Thank you, Senator Booker. We believe Senator Blackburn is available by WebEx. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And because of limited bandwidth, I will just do this by voice, but I want to say a thank you to each of the women for being there today and the power of their stories and their words. 3 quick questions. And
Senator Blackburn, can you hear us?
yes, I can hear you.
We missed your three questions.
Yes, 3 questions. Number 1, what are the reforms that you would like to see take place? Number 2, if you do not trust safe sport, then what we would like to know is who is a trustworthy, or is there an organization or an individual that has your trust to be the go-to? And the third thing, did the FBI ever offer you a female agent who could walk with you through this process?
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. I'm going to let the panel respond to you, and we have 2 more witnesses, pardon me, 2 more members after you. Thank you.
I never had a female agent alongside me, and I'm sorry that I'm not answering more questions. Like, after telling that story, I'm exhausted.
Understood. Anyone else want to respond?
There was a female agent in the room with me at the OTC in 2016, but most of it was fueled by men just asking questions. But I honestly didn't know what I was walking into. They just told me I had a meeting with the FBI, didn't tell me what it was about. I was just pulled in a random, it was kind of like a hotel room, and they just started asking questions. I was never prompted.
All right. Senator Padilla?
I think I had a female agent in the room at the Olympic Training Center as well, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
Well, I feel like we all had the same people.
But if I recall, my direct communication was with a male FBI agent.
Right, in the room.
Okay. Senator Padilla.
Good morning. I want to start by thanking Chairman Durbin and all those who have made this hearing possible, and to the panelists. Just thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I admire and respect each one of you for choosing to participate today, for sharing your testimony with us. Clearly today is not easy. And I recognize that you each had the option of respectfully declining the invitation to be here. But you didn't. And I hope that you understand that your presence here is not just so important to the members of this committee and to the Senate as a body, but also speaks volumes for the countless victims of abuse that are out there listening or watching or will listen or will watch. I appreciate the conversation about mental health that was prompted by the questions from Senator Booker. My wife is a very active mental health advocate, and so she has trained me well to be cognizant of those issues and ask important and timely questions as well. And Ms. Biles, I hope you might have heard about some of our amplification of your courage from the most recent Olympics to take care of yourself first. That took a lot. It took a lot at that moment. I'm just going to offer a few comments. I think that most of the questions that I would raise have been raised by my colleagues, but I do also want to make it clear that Mr. Nassar's criminal cases, while they've been closed, we cannot and will not ignore the missteps that enabled his rampant misconduct. The power structure that shielded him has no place in America, not today, not in our future. And if we're to achieve the highest ideals of our nation, right, we talk about fairness and equality so often, then we won't just ask why. We cannot give up until we get the answers as to why this man was allowed to use his position of power to abuse for so long. We won't just ask why. We commit to getting the answers to why the initial investigation into these matters was bungled. And lastly, we commit ourselves to building a justice system that holds powerful people, learning from this particular case, but holds other powerful people accountable for their actions. So again, my main message to you is just thank you through your participation and what we will learn and what we will do. We hope to better protect future generations.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ossoff.
Thank you again to all of you for being here and being so direct with us and enduring this experience. Just want to assure you that I've listened and heard what you're demanding. And the burden shouldn't be on you to see that there is not impunity in this case. Personnel at the FBI, Jay Abbott and his subordinates, Steve Penny, USA Gymnastics, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic committees. The burden is ours in the U.S. Senate to see that there is a full investigation, that there is personal accountability and institutional accountability for abuse, enablement of abuse, neglectful and improper law enforcement conduct, and I think compelling evidence of potential obstruction of justice and official corruption in this case as well. So thank you again for your testimony. I'll make sure that each of you and your families and representatives have contact information for me and for my office, and continue to work with my colleagues to ensure that justice is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Ms. Biles, Ms. Maroney, Ms. Nichols, Ms. Reisman, thanks for your testimony today. It was historic, and it'll make a difference in the lives of many people who are witnessing it. You don't have to wait for the judges to put numbers up on the board. You all were gold medalists today in the cause of justice. So thank you for joining us. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not over. Hold on. Let me mute the audio that I could hear, because I'm actually watching the floor as well. The committee's in a recess right now because they're now going to interview Christopher Wray. Will Christopher Wray take to the stage? Lying piece of garbage. Anyway, but he's going to speak in a little bit. But for now, let's watch, what's her name? Kubitschek, something. I forgot her name. But we're going to watch her on the Senate floor. When that hearing comes back, we'll switch over to that. And then when Jen Psaki gets up to do her live press conference, her press conference of lies. Do you guys like the photo I chose for her? 12:45. It's likely going to be bumped back again. But before I do the White House press conference, I will restart the feeds on social media, all of them. I will, excuse me, I just ate lunch. I will cut them all off and start them again because we're shadow banned. If you can't tell, how many people do we have watching right now? None. 309 people on social media. damn shadow bans. But DiPrimo did something. I don't know what they're. All right, let's go over to Amy Klobuchar.
Doesn't go that far because we're setting minimum standards, but that's what we have in our state. Same-day voter registration. And what's happened as a result? High voter turnout every time. Who have we elected? Well, we've elected Democratic governors, like our Governor Tim Walz. We've elected Republican governors, like Tim Pawlenty. And we've elected independents, like Jesse Ventura. But what have I noticed? People feel like they're part of the democracy because we make it easier for them to vote. These policies that ensure Minnesotans continue to hold the coveted title of first in voter turnout, very close to the presiding officer's state of Colorado, are overseen by our Secretary of State, Steve Simon, who continues to push for improvements in our elections. The freedom to vote is fundamental to all our freedoms. Protecting it has not always been easy. Throughout our country's 245-year history, we've had to course correct and take action to ensure that our democracy, for the people, by the people, actually lives up to its ideals.
She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Lying sack of shit. I mean that in the nicest, politest way possible, right? Right? Anyway. So what I'm actually going to do right now is I'm going to cut all the social media feeds. I'm just going to do it now. Because I'm not quite sure. I'm going to cut them and just restart them. So I'm going to do it slowly for everybody except PTNN. You don't have to worry about anything. Citizen Stringer app and the Citizen Stringer YouTube page. I'm not going to worry about you guys right now, but everybody else and the 24/7 stuff will stay. I'm just going to restart the YouTube, the Facebook, the Twitch, all that stuff. Actually, Twitch I'll leave. But yeah, just share it out once it goes live so maybe we can fight this shadow ban. I don't know what it is. I don't know. You know what I'm going to try to do too? I'm going to take away all of these links that I do at the end. Because maybe that's why. Maybe they've banned PT News. Don't know. I've updated all those, and I'm just going to cut them one by one. We're waiting for that hearing to start. So if you're watching on Facebook, click on my name and refresh here in like 2 seconds. And then you'll see a new one pop up. If you're watching on the Wake Up America podcast channel on YouTube, click on my name. You'll see a new one pop up here in a second. If DLive, I'm not even going to bother with you guys because there's only 2 over there watching. And if you're watching on the Citizen Stringer app Facebook page, click on the live, and then you'll see a new one pop up in a minute. I know it's super annoying, but this is the only way we can attempt to fight the shadow bans. It's the only way. But again, Jen Psaki's supposed to take the stage at 12:45. We're waiting. They're in a recess on the committee on the judiciary who's meeting now. They're getting ready. They just did a panel with all the gymnastics, the female gymnastics team about Larry Nassar. Then they're going to be interviewing Christopher Wray and several other people. So we'll definitely watch that. We will cut over to Jen Psaki's White House press conference. And then what else? I don't know. For now, let's watch Klobuchar on the Senate floor debating about voting bills or something.
Small towns. We are proud of this legislation. But yet, what do we hear from the other side of the aisle? Well, over the last few months, one of their refrains, which I find so amusing, is they say this will somehow result in chaos. Truly, chaos is a 5-hour wait to vote in the sun in Georgia without food or water. Chaos is purging eligible voters from voter rolls and prohibiting mail-in ballot drop boxes and having only one in the entire Harris County in Texas for 5 million people. Chaos is voters in Wisconsin waiting in line to vote for hours in the rain, wearing homemade face masks and plastic garbage bags. That angry mob on January 6th that came right into this chamber, that was chaos. And you want to stop the chaos? Federal minimum voting standards. Telling extremists they can't spend millions on sham audits, that stops the chaos. Getting dark money out of our politics, that stops the chaos. And making sure that people have a voice by ending partisan gerrymandering, that stops the chaos. So once again, I urge my Republican colleagues to recognize the work being done in many of their own states to restrict the freedom of Americans to exercise their sacred right to vote. Our nation was founded on the ideals of democracy, and as we've seen for ourselves in this very building, we cannot afford to take it for granted. We have so much work to do. Voting rights reform, this bill guaranteeing the freedom to vote, is about the salvation of our very democracy. I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting the Freedom to Vote Act. Mr. President, I see my colleagues, Senator Merkley, such a great leader on the For the People bill, Senator Warnock, such a great leader, new in the Senate, but already establishing himself across the country and in Georgia as a leader on voting rights, are both here, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Oregon.
I so much appreciate the words of my colleague from Minnesota, who has brought the Rules Committee to bear in a maximum capacity to fight to defend the freedom to vote for all Americans. When I was in high school, I had the opportunity to live in West Africa under a dictatorship as an exchange student. And in that country, the military dictatorship would exist until there was a new military coup, and then there'd be another military dictatorship, and that had happened time after time after time. So as a 16-year-old, I saw the contrast between a nation where citizens had no voice in the future of their country versus the United States of America, where the foundation of our republic, the core vision of our nation, is that each citizen has the opportunity to participate, to fight, to help shape the American dream, the path into the future, to the benefit of a better nation. Now, President Johnson noted that the ballot box is so essential, that the vote is the most powerful instrument ever devised for breaking down injustice. Really, that ballot box is the pulsating heart of our democracy. President Lincoln, when he was speaking at Gettysburg, speaking that the soldiers who died there did not die in vain because they fought to preserve the vision of government of, by, and for the people, that it shall not perish from this earth. Well, it is the vote that preserves the vision of government of, by, and for the people. It is free access to the ballot box. And over the course of our history, we've sought to fulfill that vision through the 13th and 14th Amendments, through the 15th Amendment, through the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But here we find, at this moment in our history, the right to vote is under attack once again. Some 18 states have passed some 30 laws trying to target specific groups of individuals and prevent them from being able to vote. These strategies in state after state are to make it harder to vote and easier to cheat. Well, I'll tell you what this bill does that we're talking about today, the Freedom to Vote bill. It makes it easier to vote and harder to cheat. It takes on three key forms of corruption that are haunting our election system. First, it takes on dark money unleashed by Citizens United that allows billionaires to buy elections around this country. Do a poll of Democrats, Republicans, and independents and ask, should we have this dark money, source unknown, haunting our election system, producing all of those attack ads, and you have no idea where they came from? And citizens of every political stripe will say absolutely not. Dark money, the hidden manipulation of the elections by the powerful, buying these vast set of television ads, trying to destroy the character of candidates in order to manipulate the outcome, should not exist. It is in the DNA of Americans that this is a corrupting force. Well, this bill takes on the dark money. The second thing that it takes on is gerrymandering. Gerrymandering, where districts are drawn to favor one political party over the other. Ask Americans across this country, is it right that politicians should choose their voters rather than voters choosing their politician? And they will say no. Ask if they believe in the vision of equal representation as a key to a just society. And they will say yes, they want equal representation. Republicans say yes, Democrats say yes, independents say yes. This bill takes on gerrymandering and puts an end to it with national standards for redistricting. Now let's turn to the ballot box. Well, I never thought I'd live to see the day that we go into a time machine and return before 1965, in which one of the two parties is determined to block targeted groups from voting, to target Black Americans from voting, Hispanic Americans from voting, low-income Americans from voting, college students from voting. This is completely un-American. This is racist. And it is a past that we had proudly put behind us. But this bigoted past has arisen to haunt us once again in these some 30 laws in some 18 states targeting specific groups of Americans. This bill says that strategy of cheating on Election Day by trying to block targeted groups from voting will not stand. We will make it easier to register. That's what this bill does. And we'll make it easier to vote before Election Day to undermine those Election Day shenanigans. We'll have 15 days of early voting. We'll have the opportunity for voting by mail. We will make sure that our ID laws are not used in a fashion to favor one party over the other. Core protections against these strategies designed to disenfranchise Americans and manipulate the outcome of elections. And I'll tell you what else this law does. It takes on election subversion. We've seen strategies of election subversion in many of those state laws. So this bill says, you know what? No, you cannot have frivolous challenges where one person stands at a poll and challenges the legitimacy of every single person who comes into that poll place in order to make it hard for people in a certain location to vote. It protects election officials from improper removal. It protects election workers from intimidation and harassment. It preserves election records so they cannot be manipulated. It guarantees that we have paper ballots that can be recounted. It prevents observer interference in the elections. And it makes sure that people in line, if something terrible should happen and those lines are long, will still be able to have access to water and food, which is a strategy that has been now employed by several states to say, you know what? We're on Election Day. We're going to make sure targeted precincts have long lines. And then we're going to say you can't even get a sip of water from a friend in that line in order to try to stop people from voting. Wow. The lengths these Republican State House and state senator and governors are going to stop people from voting. Oh, we've seen the strategies of the past. We've seen eliminating the number of precinct voting locations to make it harder for targeted areas to vote. We have seen locating them in new locations to confuse people. We've seen false information put out about where the locations are to make it harder to vote. We have seen the understaffing of key places to create long lines. Well, early voting, vote by mail, and protections in this bill stop these efforts to cheat in elections across our country. So we are defending that most powerful instrument ever devised by human beings for breaking down injustice with this Freedom to Vote bill. We are defending the right of every American to cast a ballot. We are fighting against the big three corruptions infesting, if you will, our election system across the country. This should be passed 100-0. And I invite my Republican colleagues to remember the oath they took to the Constitution, and to remember that the right to vote is at the very heart of that Constitution, and join us in these core protections and to pass the Freedom to Vote Act on the floor of this Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, I'm proud to stand on the Senate floor today with my colleagues, Senator Klobuchar and Senator Merkley, in support of the new Freedom to Vote Act that we just introduced. And I want to talk about why it is so important, urgent, that Congress act right now to protect the sacred right to vote that is under assault.
Implementing all of the Inspector General's recommendations. That includes strengthening our policies and procedures, strengthening our training to firmly underscore the critical importance of thoroughly and expeditiously responding to all allegations of sexual assault or abuse. Because, as I said a moment ago, the American people are counting on us to get this done right every time. And finally, I'd like to make a promise to the women who appeared here today and to all survivors of abuse. I am not interested in simply addressing this wrong and moving on. It's my commitment to you that I and my entire senior leadership team are going to make damn sure everybody at the FBI remembers what happened here in heartbreaking detail. We need to remember the pain that occurred when our folks failed to do their jobs. We need to study it. We need to learn from it. That is the best way I know to make sure that this devastating tragedy is never repeated. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Grassley, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Inspector General Horowitz.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, members of the committee. I also want to begin my testimony by recognizing the many courageous gymnasts who came forward to report Larry Nassar's abuses, and by thanking Ms. Biles, Ms. Maroney, Ms. Nichols, and Ms. Raceman for their compelling testimony today. These gymnasts have showed remarkable bravery in detailing the sexual assaults they endured. At the very same time, they were competing at the highest levels for our country. They did so with the belief that their actions would save other young women and girls from the serial abuse they endured. Sadly, as detailed in our report, the response of the FBI agents who received that information betrayed their law enforcement responsibilities and their duties to these victims. Nassar's abuses could and should have been stopped sooner if appropriate action had been taken. Not only did that not occur, but after the agents' failures came to light, records were created that inaccurately described their handling of the matter and falsely summarized the testimony, as you heard of Ms. Maroney. Further, when called to account for their actions, 2 of the agents lied to our OIG investigators. The OIG was able to investigate and identify these failures only because of the courage of the athletes who spoke to our investigators. What they did was extraordinarily difficult, and I want to thank them for their cooperation and strength in coming forward and speaking to us. Because of their actions, critical reforms are being undertaken to ensure that events such as these do not occur again. Let me briefly just summarize the results of our investigation. In July 2015, USA Gymnastics reported the sexual assault allegations against Nassar to the FBI's Indianapolis field office. USA Gymnastics officials described graphic information that had been provided by Ms. Maroney, Ms. Nichols, and Ms. Raceman, and informed the FBI that all three athletes were available to be interviewed. However, it wasn't until 6 weeks later, on September 2nd, that the Indianapolis office interviewed Ms. Maroney by telephone, as you heard, and neither Ms. Nichols nor Ms. Raceman were ever interviewed by that office. Moreover, the Indianapolis office did not formally document its interview of Ms. Maroney at the time or its July meeting with USA Gymnastics. The office also didn't formally open an investigation or an assessment of the matter. Immediately following that September 2nd interview, the Indianapolis office and local federal prosecutors concluded there was no venue in Indianapolis for the federal investigation. Both offices also had serious questions as to whether there was federal criminal jurisdiction as opposed to state or local jurisdiction. Yet, the Indianapolis field office didn't advise state or local authorities about the allegations and didn't take any actions to mitigate the risks to gymnasts that Nassar was continuing to treat. Further, that office failed to transfer the case to the FBI office that actually might have had venue, despite informing USA Gymnastics that it had actually done so. After 8 months of FBI inactivity, in May 2016, USA Gymnastics officials contacted the FBI's Los Angeles field office to report the same allegations it had provided to the Indianapolis office. Following this meeting, the LA office opened a federal investigation and undertook numerous investigative steps. But critically, it didn't contact state or local authorities, and it didn't take action to mitigate the ongoing threat presented by Nassar. It wasn't until August 2016 when Michigan State University Police, that police department, received a separate sexual assault complaint from another gymnast. And in September 2016, the next month, the MSU Police Department executed a court-authorized search of Nassar's residence. Among other things, they seized devices containing over 30,000 images of child pornography. According to civil court documents, approximately 70 or more young athletes were allegedly sexually abused by Nassar under the guise of medical treatment between July 2015, when the FBI first received these allegations, until September 2016. We further found that when the FBI's handling of the Nassar matter came under scrutiny in 2017 and 2018, Indianapolis officials provided inaccurate information to make it appear that they had actually been diligent in their follow-up efforts and did so in part by blaming others. In addition, it resulted in the Indianapolis Supervisory Special Agent drafting a summary of his telephonic interview of Ms. Maroney from 2015. That summary included statements, as you heard from Ms. Maroney, that didn't accurately reflect what she had told them and could have actually jeopardized the criminal investigations by including false information that could have bolstered Nassar's defense. Further, we concluded that agent made false testimony statements to the OIG in 2 interviews that we conducted. We also learned during our investigation that in the fall of 2015, the FBI Indianapolis Special Agent in Charge, Jay Abbott, met with USA Gymnastics President Steve Penny at a bar and discussed the potential job opportunity with the U.S. Olympic Committee. Thereafter, Abbott engaged with Penny about both his interest in the U.S. Olympic Committee job and the Nassar investigation, while at the same time participating in Nassar investigation discussions at the FBI. Abbott applied for the U.S. Olympic Committee position in 2017, but wasn't selected. We determined that Abbott's actions violated the FBI's clear conflicts of interest policy. We also found that Abbott made false statements to the OIG and my agents in 2 interviews that we conducted. I want to conclude my testimony where I started by recognizing the courage and bravery of the extraordinary gymnasts that we heard from today and that we've heard from and that came before law enforcement in other settings. Their persistence and strength are an example to all of us who work in the area of accountability and who want to promote accountability. Although the sexual abuses by Nassar and the appallingly inadequate response by the FBI agents cannot be undone. These athletes' commitment to justice and their pursuit of accountability for all involved in this deeply tragic series of events will improve our institutions ultimately and will help ensure federal law enforcement responds in an appropriate and a timely way to reports of sexual abuse in the future. Our report recommends several important and necessary reforms. As Director Wray indicated, the FBI has begun taking them, and we will continue to conduct our independent oversight work to ensure that they're effectively implemented. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Inspector General Horowitz, and thank you for your excellent work, as usual, in this report. Director Wray, I'm trying, it had to touch you personally, as not only in your official capacity, but even just as a parent, to listen to these young women tell the stories of what they had been through. And what strikes me here is there doesn't seem to have ever been a sense of urgency or immediacy in that Indianapolis field office. The July reporting leading to the September vain attempt to change venue on the case to Lansing, which didn't happen, and then the later report in Los Angeles, and then they sat on it. What's missing? What am I missing here? This is like a child kidnapping case. This man is on the loose molesting children, and it appears that it's being lost in the paperwork of the agency.
Well, needless to say, I share your reactions. I share your bewilderment. I share your outrage. You know, on a personal note, not just as a parent or a brother or a husband, but as somebody whose first introduction to law enforcement was working as an intern in a DA's office in a unit specifically focused on these kinds of crimes, was part of what motivated me to pursue a career in law enforcement in the first place. And I don't have a good explanation for you. It is utterly jarring to me. It is totally inconsistent with what we train our people on, totally inconsistent with what I see from the hundreds of agents who work these cases every day. And that's why that individual has been fired.
Understood. But you also heard Ms. Maroney talk about, I can't imagine this. 3 hours she's sitting on her bedroom floor going through an interview, which you could tell was by a person, whoever it was, totally insensitive to this young woman's tragic experience. What has the FBI learned from that? I mean, in terms of cases of this sensitivity, to at least have interviewers that can sense there are certain words you better be careful with.
Well, thank you for that question. It illustrates something that's particularly important that we've put in place. So we have something called CAFEs, which are Child Adolescent Forensic Interviews. These are interviewers who are specially trained in the unique sensitivities of what it takes to interview people, of victims, survivors of these kinds of crimes. And one of the reforms that we've put in place is to make crystal clear in policy that interviews of individuals like Ms. Raisman should be conducted with those kinds of interviewers. And they should not be conducted telephonically. They should be conducted in person wherever possible. That was true before. We've made it more clear now, and we're putting training in place, mandatory training, which has already been completed to ensure that that occurs. So that's partial answer to your question on that one.
General Horowitz, did any of the FBI employees or agents involved in this case deliberately misrepresent any facts to you in your investigation?
They did. We found both that the person who wrote the report that Ms. Maroney testified about falsely testified to us about what he did in connection with that report, as well as other matters that we asked him about, and Special Agent in Charge Abbott made false statements to us about the steps he took in 2015 when these allegations came in, but also about his job-seeking efforts with the U.S. Olympic Committee.
Did these deliberate misrepresentations reach the level of criminal violation?
Well, we found that they violated criminal law sufficiently that what we do at that point is make the referral to prosecutors to assess them, because that's who needs to make the decision whether or not there will be charges brought.
Director Ray, what happened next?
Well, as Inspector General Horowitz said, those were referred to the prosecutors over at the Justice Department, and they're the ones that made the decision. As I understand it from Inspector General Horowitz's report, the prosecutors at the Justice Department on 2 separate occasions, both in 2020 and then again in 2021, declined to prosecute. But I really would defer to the Justice Department for those
Are you
decisions.
personally aware or professionally aware of any facts or circumstances that would lead to that decision?
I am not.
Well, it is outrageous, and I am sorry because I have a great faith in this Attorney General and his Department of Justice, but when we asked them to bring someone in to explain this today, they refused and said they wouldn't attend. And I understand that it's procedure in the department not to go into the basis for deciding that not to pursue prosecution, but this is on its face obvious that these agents not only were derelict in their duty when it came to these young women, but also did their best to cover up what had happened, and that is inexcusable from where I'm standing. So let me ask you this finally, Director Ray. I'm going to accept your profession of real caring, and I believe it is real caring about what happened in this circumstance today. What can you tell me if it happened tomorrow would be different?
So there's a whole bunch of things we've done differently. First, we've accepted every single one of Inspector General Horowitz's recommendation, and then some. We've already begun implementing all of those. We are strengthening policies, we're strengthening procedures, we're strengthening training, we're strengthening our systems, all building in double checks, triple checks, safeguards, oversight, different ways of making sure that we cannot have, as occurred here in certain instances, a single point of failure. That's one of the lessons here. That's just totally unacceptable. And so part of what's built in is a bunch of, as I said, double and triple, even quadruple checks to make sure that that doesn't happen, both in terms of how the initial reports are handled, the appropriate urgency there, but also in terms of communication. One of the important recommendations from Inspector General Horowitz is reporting to state and local law enforcement, as well as communications between field offices, transfers between field offices. And I can go into more detail about any of those, but those are part of it. And then the last thing I would say is that there are some things that occurred here that are just so basic and so fundamental and so foreclosed by our policies. As Inspector General Horowitz said, we have pretty clear policies on a lot of these things. And so I have tried to make clear in very stern language to not just the field offices involved here, but to the executive management of every single field office and the entire leadership team of the FBI, that on no planet is what happened in this case acceptable.
One last quick question. It seems that a lot of the decisions were being pinned on whether or not there was an alleged violation of the sex tourism statute. Why is that such an exclusive remedy that if you're not on all fours with that, in fact, the FBI agent felt that they were constrained to do anything?
Well, I'm not steeped in the particulars of the sex tourism statute in the way that I used to be, but what I would say is that one of the things that we've tried, both the deputy director and I, to make clear to people is that we don't want people getting wrapped around the axle about federal jurisdiction issues at the front end. Part of what needs to happen while they're figuring that out in consultation with the prosecutors, which is what should happen, they need to make sure that they're reporting to state and local law enforcement on a parallel track. And so that's one of the key takeaways that comes out of Inspector General Horowitz's report.
Thank you. Senator Grassley.
Yeah, please give me a minute before the clock starts to ask unanimous consent to include in the record letters that I have sent over the last few years that show the non-responsiveness of the FBI to our inquiries on this subject.
Without objection.
And then a second one would be a little bit unrelated to this, but it deals with the unresponsiveness of Director Ray in regard to, so I hope the committee will listen to this as well. I've asked Director Ray several times to meet with me relating to a very troubling briefing that I received August 2020 from the FBI and which was later weaponized against my and Senator Johnson's oversight. Director Wray and his staff have ignored my request to meet, mimicking the pattern here at the Nassar case non-responsiveness. So without objection, I'd like to introduce into the record of the hearing today an email thread illustrating the FBI's non-responsiveness to my request. This email shows the great length that I went to getting a meeting with Director Wray. Okay. Now my question to Director Wray. The Inspector General's report shows that Jay Abbott, a senior official in the Indianapolis field office at FBI, was allowed to retire in 2018 and evade prosecution, even though this report describes significant misconduct by him and an agent under his supervision. I've asked that the Attorney General reconsider the decision not to file charges against some of the individuals involved in the case, and I'd like you to provide this committee with a list of all disciplinary actions that took place with respect to FBI personnel who were the subject of this investigation. I believe that you owe that, at the very least, to the victims of today's hearing.
Well, we can provide the committee with whatever information we can. Certainly, as I've already testified here today, the special agent, the supervisory special agent who features so prominently in Inspector General Horowitz's report, I can confirm has been terminated. As to the former special agent in charge, he retired before this review commenced, before we learned the extent of his misconduct, much to my frustration. And as to the decision whether or not to prosecute either individual, I would respectfully refer over to the Justice Department, which I think is where, Senator Grassley, you said your letter was appropriately directed.
I'd like you to cooperate in ensuring that the prosecution of those individuals who failed these victims, and give us your commitment that you would go to the Justice Department again to try to get that done.
Well, I'm happy to do whatever would be appropriate. In this particular case, the criminal investigation that was conducted, the case agents, as it were from Inspector General Horowitz's office, which I think is as appropriate. So that's really a discussion between his office and the Justice Department. But if I can be a constructive part of that, given how strongly I feel, as I hope the committee can tell, I'm happy to do whatever I can that would be appropriate.
Next question. Why didn't the Children's Unit at headquarters play a greater supervisory or coordination role here? For example, by ensuring that the correct office at FBI handled this matter, and why didn't it follow up to ensure that the Indianapolis office had referred the matter to an FBI office that had jurisdiction over these allegations?
Well, I want to be careful not to try to paraphrase too much Inspector General Horowitz's report, since he's really the master of the facts here. But as I understand it, among the things that happened here were that the Indianapolis folks most responsible concealed information from certain people at headquarters at different stages of that's part of the problem. We have implemented changes now that go to the point that you're getting at, which is the transfers between field offices. We've built in a number of additional checks, and one of those 3 or 4 additional checks that we've built in now gives headquarters program management visibility, so that which they're to monitor, so that they can ensure, as a second, third, fourth check, if you will, to make sure that the work is being followed up on and that the transfer is appropriately handled.
Did anyone at the FBI headquarters consult with Indianapolis and Los Angeles offices about notifying state and local authorities about the allegations against Nassar?
I don't know the answer to that, but Inspector General Horowitz did the investigation, so I'll let him speak to the facts.
Senator, I'm not aware of discussions about referring it to state and local authorities.
Director Ray, how far did knowledge of the Nassar investigation extend within FBI headquarters in 2015?
My understanding of the most senior individual involved, based on looking at the thorough and independent investigation that Inspector General Horowitz conducted, was that the most senior individual with sort of knowledge and responsibility was the special agent in charge in Indianapolis, Mr. Abbott. But again, I would defer to Inspector General Horowitz on that.
Was the director aware of the Nassar matter at any time in or before calendar year 2016?
I don't know the answer to that, sir, but maybe Inspector General Horowitz does.
Prior to 2017, did the FBI headquarters follow up with its field offices about the status of the Nassar investigation and whether further federal investigation was needed?
Senator, there was in 2016 some dialogue about that, but as we describe in our report, the FBI policies don't require the level of detail and reporting to the headquarters unit that would, for example, put the responsibility directly on them to have notified state and local authorities.
Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad, Mr. Howard and Director Ray, that you're here, but the conclusions we have here are, I suppose the nice way you could say is they're troubling. They're damning. They're horrible. And I think of the young women who testified here today, what they went through, and I don't see where they get much solace out of listening to this. And what do the American people feel? Senator Grassley just mentioned, Mr. Howard said about Jay Abbott, named in the IG report. He retired. Was that a forced retirement?
It was not.
Did he ever face any possibility of prosecution?
We referred our findings to the department's prosecutors for consideration about the false statements that he made to us in our interviews.
By consideration, do you make a recommendation when you do that?
We don't make a formal recommendation. As you know, as a former prosecutor, and I was a former prosecutor, there are informal discussions, but ultimately the responsibility for the decision is with the prosecutors. And I will say, having written a report a couple of years ago about the prior FBI director's statements at a public press conference about what he would do if he were the prosecutor, I'm not about to jump in and take someone else's responsibility.
No, I understand that. And when I was a prosecutor, law enforcement sent their investigations. I had to make the final decision, of course. But I think of the number of people who get charged for lying to FBI agents. I mean, we've seen such charges brought in various areas, everything from organized crime on. It is troubling to me to see that an FBI agent who lied, broke the law, knew he was breaking the law, and nothing happens.
Good afternoon. All right. I promise we will keep you all on time who's going to the president's event. A couple of items for all of you this afternoon. Today, the president is meeting with business leaders and CEOs that have instituted vaccine requirements or are working to implement the new requirements. These leaders represent a diverse range of sectors from businesses large and small, including university systems, tourism, retail, tech, and healthcare. The president will highlight their leadership, putting into place strong COVID-19 requirements that help keep workers safe and that are already showing results with an increase in vaccinations. To provide a few examples, when Tyson Foods announced its requirement, only 45% of its workforce had gotten a shot. In less than a month, it increased to 72%. After United Airlines announced its vaccine requirement, the vaccine rate for employees went from 59% to 79% in less than a month. And in Washington state, the weekly vaccination rate jumped 34% after the governor announced requirements for state workers. This event will underscore these requirements will help sustain our economic recovery and level the playing field for businesses across the country. Also wanted to note that during this critical period of negotiations on the Build Back Better agenda, the Vice President will make her first trip to the Treasury Department since taking office to hold an event with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and make the case for the Biden-Harris administration's proposed investments in child care, women, children, and working
You sure
families.
are lying
They will
a lot
announce the release
today.
of a major new Treasury Department report on the economics of child care, and the report confirms child care remains too expensive and out of reach, and that our child care industry is in need of significant public investment to bring down the cost for working families. Last piece I wanted to note is today the families of more than 60 million children, nearly 90% of American kids, will receive the third monthly payment of the child tax credit. This is one of the most significant tax cuts for working families in history and is already helping Americans meet the cost of raising children, using this additional money to help pay for groceries, back to school clothes, braces, and so many other expenses. Most of the families will again see child CTC in their bank account today with a payment of $250 to $300 for each child. Studies have shown that it will boost consumer spending, jobs, and has already led to a major fall in hunger and child poverty. 97% of the children receiving this tax relief are in working families, and we've already seen reports of strong support for the tax cuts for families across the board, including from independents and 41% of those who identify as Republicans. And we're working, of course, to get it extended for even longer. Jonathan, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. A new book reports that near the end of the Trump presidency, Chairman Milley had 2 conversations with his Chinese counterpart, promising the countries would not go to war and that he would give an early warning if something were to happen. In a statement just minutes ago, Chairman Milley did not dispute this account.
Guys, share it out.
On this, does the president feel that these calls were appropriate? Does he have confidence in the chairman? And some Republican senators have called for Chairman Milley to be dismissed. Is he going to keep his job?
Well, I saw the statement, of course, that the Department of Defense, or I should say the Joint Chiefs spokesperson, just released minutes ago. I'm not going to add more or speak to anonymous, unconfirmed reports about conversations with limited context from here. But what I can assure you all of is that the President knows General Milley. He has been chairman of the Joint Chiefs for almost 8 months of his presidency. They've worked side by side through a range of international events. And the president has complete confidence in his leadership, his patriotism, and his fidelity to our Constitution. Since you gave me the opportunity, I just wanted to add, I think it's important to consider some of the context, key context of this period in time in history that we're discussing and is outlined or covered in portions of this book. The outgoing president of the United States during this period of time fomented unrest, leading to an insurrection and an attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, which you all have covered extensively, of course. One of the darkest days in our nation's history. Beyond reports in this book, there's been widespread reporting and commentary from members of his own cabinet, the former president's cabinet, I should say, including high-ranking national security officials, questioning the former president's stability, his behavior, and his suitability to oversee the national security of the United States. So those are important questions that need to be discussed as well.
I want to follow up to this. Does the president believe that General Milley should testify before Congress about his actions during that time?
Look, I think the president has been clear with his administration and members of his cabinet and national security team that we will continue to work with Congress and cooperate with them as appropriate in meeting their needs. We've done that from the beginning of the administration. I would defer to the Department of Defense and the Joint Chiefs for further decisions.
I'll hand off. If you could just give a comment on what seems to be an escalation of tensions between North and South Korea.
Sure. Well, I would first note that the State Department and INDOPACOM have both put out statements as well that I would point you all to if you haven't seen them. I would note that in INDOPACOM's statement, they said they, of course, are aware of the missile launch, as are we. They've also stated that they have assessed that this event does not pose an immediate threat to U.S. personnel or territory or to our allies. The missile launch highlights the destabilizing impact of the DPRK's illicit weapons program. So I would point you to those, note those. I don't think we have additional commentary from here at this point. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Following up on Jonathan's questions here, does the president have any concerns that General Milley perhaps worked outside of the chain of command at all in this?
Again, I think why it was important for me to convey what I did is that the president has worked side by side with Chairman Milley for almost 8 months as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. His experience with him has been that he is a patriot. He is somebody who has fidelity to the Constitution, and he has confidence in his leadership and the role he has played in his experience with him. I can't speak to anonymous, unconfirmed reports about prior conversations during the last administration.
Last one on this. Former President Trump called these actions insubordinate and treasonous. Do you want us to respond directly to that? And then one more off topic.
I don't think I have any further response to the former president, other than to reiterate the context of this moment in time, what everybody's talking about here and what we're reporting on.
Just quickly on COVID, Dr. Fauci has publicly said that he would support a vaccine mandate for air travel. Is that something the White House is actively considering?
Well, I know that Jeff Zients spoke to this just a little while ago, or I should say earlier this morning. And what he conveyed is that, of course, as I stated, I should say back in August, we have been discussing and looking at ways to provide consistency, to provide clarity, and steps that will ensure air travel, international air travel, I think you're asking about here, but ensure it's done in an equitable way. And the current rules have been quite confusing, or the rules that have been in place for some time, but that's not an indication of a new policy that's forthcoming. Go ahead.
What are the lessons that the White House draws from the outcome of the California recall election in terms of mandates and vaccines and masking?
Sure. Well, obviously we would note, since you gave me the opportunity, and I'll say there's a statement coming from the president shortly. He has not yet spoken with Governor Newsom, but I expect he will either later today or sometime soon, just in case that was another question. But of course, this was a resounding victory for Governor Newsom, but also for a science-based approach to fighting the pandemic, for vaccines, for testing, for steps that will protect more people and save more lives. And there's extensive data from last night that shows that Californians were overwhelmingly in favor of a leader who is willing to take strong steps to defeat COVID and get the economy up and running. Governor Newsom has been one of the leading governors in the nation protecting his people and vaccinating his state. And in our view, this was a resounding support of victory for that.
If I could ask a follow-up on a different matter, how much confidence does the president have that the drone strikes in Afghanistan that killed ISIS militants?
How much confidence in which aspect of it?
How much confidence does he have that the drone strikes killed the targets that were intended to be ISIS fighters as opposed to innocent victims on the street? And does he take responsibility if the innocent victims were killed?
Well, first, there is an investigation that's ongoing, as there always is, in any event of drone strikes that could have impacted innocent civilians. And the United States takes incredibly seriously our role in preventing civilian casualties whenever we possibly can. So I'm going to let that play out. The president also takes that responsibility incredibly seriously. We'll let that conclude, and then I'm sure we'll have more to say.
But he doesn't know the answer, I guess, right?
Well, that's why there's an investigation to determine what happened and make some conclusions.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask first about filibuster. You said last month that there was no change in the president's viewpoint on that. Does that remain the case, and is it a topic that is being discussed with Senators Sinema and Manchin today?
The Senator Sinema and Manchin are here to discuss the Build Back Better agenda and the path forward. And I know one of the meetings was happening. One of them is happening later this afternoon. The president certainly believes there'll be ongoing discussions. Not that there's necessarily going to be a conclusion out of those today, but that was the primary focus and purpose of these meetings.
And is there a change as far as the president's opinion on the filibuster?
Right now, our goal has been on moving voting rights legislation forward. The Senate has obviously been working through it. There's been some announcements made about progress on compromise agreements. That's a positive step, but there hasn't been any additional change.
Okay, and no change on the president's opinion as far as filibuster is concerned.
Correct.
Okay, and then on a different subject, on booster shots, there was FDA staff that said today that it's not clear at this point whether booster shots are useful for the general public. You have a plan to start giving those out on September 20th. Is that date still on? And do you need to wait more in order to get more of a scientific consensus behind that policy?
Well, first I would say on August 18th, so almost a month ago, after weeks of discussion, 8 of the Department of Health and Human Services top doctors released a statement saying they had determined boosters would be needed and that we have a plan to begin a booster program starting the week of September 20th, subject to an independent evaluation from the FDA and ACIP. That continues to be the case. Right now, what we're looking at is that today the FDA provided more data that will be analyzed through independent and rigorous scientific process. A formal meeting is also happening of the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee that will take place on Friday. And next week, the ACIP is planning to meet, and based on their recommendation, we're prepared to operationalize. So those are the steps that will be occurring. Nothing has changed as it relates to the 8 top doctors who put out that statement almost a month ago. There was always going to be a process. That process is proceeding.
So even if there's no consensus, you will be moving forward with the booster shot?
No, it is subject to an independent evaluation from FDA and ACIP. That was what we said in August. That is what continues to be the case today. So that process is playing out now.
Larry Nassar.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just to put a finer point on it, because you brought up the context a couple of times, does President Biden believe that General Milley may have been acting in the national interest by circumventing a former president who he feared was acting erratically?
Well, it's the obligation of every chairman of the Joint Chiefs to follow constitutional orders to prevent unlawful military action. That's what the president believes. But it's also important to understand the context of when this reporting was happening during, and the fact that the former president was fomenting an insurrection, and there was broad concern from a range of members of his national security team about his behavior and fitness for office. And I know you all know and have reported on that context, but that is missing a little bit as people are discussing this.
So you think General Milley may have been acting patriotically by having these conversations with
Again,
the Chinese?
I'm not going to give further analysis other than to say that the president believes he's patriotic, that his fidelity to our Constitution is unquestionable, and he has complete confidence in him.
President Biden had a fuller conversation with General Milley about all this since the book's details were publicized yesterday?
I don't have any other further conversations to read out. Go ahead.
Even if the president believes that the intentions and the patriotism of General Milley were in line with his own values, is there a point where criticism makes General Milley unable to continue in this role because it is a new administration, it's a new day, and there are some questions about if he exceeded his authority?
Well, again, the president has complete confidence in his leadership, his patriotism, and his fidelity to our Constitution. I can't speak to the former president's experience with him or the former president's views of him, but this current president, who follows the Constitution, who's not fomenting an insurrection, who follows the rule of law, has complete confidence in Chairman Milley and him continuing to serve in his role.
And even as Republicans may criticize him and have questions about his suitability to continue, would that be a factor that President Biden would consider, separate from his judgment about how he conducted himself before?
I don't think the president is looking for the guidance of members of Congress who stood by while the president of the United States and the leader of their party fomented an insurrection, and many of them.
God, shut up, you filthy!
Thank you. The Larry Nassar situation and the testimony with Congress. You know, Simone Biles delivered powerful testimony saying enough is enough, and I didn't hear you address it at the top. So, if you could say and elaborate, what is the president's position on the Larry Nassar situation, and does he have a reaction to what Simone Biles said to Congress today?
Well, I would say her testimony was incredibly powerful. Allie Reisman's was incredibly powerful. All of these women who were brave and courageous and came forward and spoke about the abuse of a monstrous human being that they lived through as gymnasts, as some of the nation's top athletes. That's courageous, that's brave. They're playing a role in preventing this from ever happening again. I would note that also discussed was, of course, the DOJ's Inspector General report, and the testimony we heard today was also about that. And the Department of Justice has said that the FBI is promptly taking the steps outlined in the report to ensure that this can never happen again, which certainly the president supports that.
And then a follow-up, one more for boosters. I asked the president on the South Lawn yesterday if he would be willing to take that booster dose. You said at the podium that he would after, some time after the recommendations, but he didn't elaborate. Is the president going to take the booster dose?
Yes, once it's approved through the process that I just outlined. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I know you've spoken about Milley quite a bit, but what is the president's response to this criticism that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs exceeded his authority, usurped civilian authority, and does there exist any fear that that could happen to any administration, including this administration?
Well, again, this is why I provided the context, right? Because what we're talking about here, one, let me just restate again, that there are a range of reports in this book, anonymous, unconfirmed. I realize that the Department of Defense, or I should say the Joint Staff spokesperson, put out a statement. If you look at that statement, that is really about what the normal channels of communication are, which are important to understand as well. Broadly speaking, beyond this book, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, any chairman of the Joint Chiefs, has channels to communicate with China and Russia. Those are meant to increase confidence. Those are meant to prevent and deter any action that would be unintended, and that is a good thing because obviously we want to prevent nuclear war. So what I can speak to, though, is the president's view of Chairman Milley. And obviously, Chairman Milley has been by his side for almost 8 months. The president's experience with him is that he is a man of honor. He is a man who's the president's confident in his leadership, his patriotism, his fidelity to the Constitution. I can't speak to, and I'm not going to speak to, anonymous, unconfirmed, out of context reports from the last administration.
On the Blinken hearings, I know the Secretary of Defense was invited to the hearings yesterday on the Hill, but did not appear, and Democrats are considering exercising subpoena power or hinting at that. Would the president support Secretary Austin appearing before Congress? Would he encourage it?
He is appearing before Congress at the end of the month, and he's already agreed to that.
And then on COVID boosters, there's been so much reporting about the FDA and the CDC in this battle, reports of this battle between moving forward with this timeline and getting the regulators and the scientists to sign off on it. What is the president's response to criticism that politics might have played a role in the September 20th timeline?
Well, first, it was a statement that was put out by 8 of the nation's top doctors and public health officials. It wasn't a statement put out by the White House. And it was done in response to data that was made available about the waning effectiveness of vaccines. And it was their responsibility, or they felt it was their responsibility at the time, to make their recommendations publicly available. It is still a process that needs to be seen through. And that process is underway, I should say, right now. And we, of course, respect that process, and we'll wait for that process to conclude. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to follow up on these questions about General Milley.
Yeah.
How much agency does the president believe that those in the chain of command should have when it comes to assessing whether an order is constitutional? What if someone who's serving this president feels that there's an order or a policy that he views as contravening the Constitution? How much agency does this president give to those beneath him in the line of chain of command?
Well, beyond this president, any president, it's the obligation of every chairman of the Joint Chiefs to follow constitutional orders to prevent unlawful military action. This president has no intention of fomenting unrest or an insurrection. He has no intention of obviously moving forward or recommending unlawful military action.
He's doing it every day. He's fomenting
of working in a way that is outside of what his national security team, what his military commanders are aligned with him on. I mean, obviously they're going to give him a range of recommendations, but he has no intention of working outside of what is legally allowable. So I don't think that's going to be an issue for this president.
Let me ask you a follow-up to the vaccine mandate question. What's the last week you were asked about the obligation that employers have, and you suggested that large employers have the ability to pay for certain things. What's the advice the White House would give to employers that might find it difficult to find the people to do certain things? What if, particularly in blue-collar industries, what if people say, you know what, I don't need the vaccine, I don't want the vaccine? What should an employer do? Should an employer fire his workers? And then what?
Well, there's a process of, OSHA is going through the process of determining the regulations and requirements here to give businesses and employers all these clear guidelines, which are all good questions that are being asked, and hopefully we'll have more on that in the coming weeks. I would say that some of the industries and business leaders who will be here today represent a diversity of industries with a diversity of workforces. And what we've seen of the examples to date is that there's been an increase in vaccinations, that has actually been something that has been economically advantageous to a number of businesses and industries around the country. And so that's not, we're looking at the models of the past as models of what can happen in the future, but there are good questions about what these requirements will look like, and that's what OSHA's working on now. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. You said you don't want to respond to unconfirmed out-of-context reporting, but you've also given a really ringing endorsement to General Milley. So I guess my question is it fair to say that the president feels he knows enough about what General Milley did or didn't do at the end of the last administration, or does he want to know more?
He knows General Milley, and he's worked beside him for the last nearly 8 months, and that's what gives the president confidence in him.
This is finished as far as he's concerned. In other words, there's nothing more to investigate.
Well, we'll leave it to Congress and others to ask questions they want to ask, and obviously the Department of Defense, the Joint Chiefs, and others will speak to that. But I'm just speaking to where the president stands. Go ahead.
Jen, Politico has a report that there could be an agreement coming with Australia and the UK. There's a line in there that could involve nuclear capability as well. Is there a situation in which the U.S. would ship bomb-grade fuel to a non-nuclear weapon state?
I've seen the reports out there, and I know there's been a call this morning to give people a preview of what's coming later, and we're going to wait for any announcement to be made more officially later this evening.
But just on the question of the situation, if the U.S. would, is there a situation where the U.S. would ship that bomb-grade fuel?
Again, the parameters of this agreement and the announcements later today, we'll leave it to that announcement to be made. I know there was a briefing this morning as well.
Is there any update on the measles outbreak that caused the suspension of flights of Afghan allies to the U.S.?
Let me give you. I don't know how much you know, but I'll tell you what I know, and then we'll see. So to date, there have been 7 cases that we have confirmed, and the CDC has requested, of course, at least 7 additional days out of an abundance of caution to pause these flights. That remains the case now. We're still assessing and working with the national security team, public health officials, and others to determine what the next steps are here. Obviously, it's out of an abundance of caution, and again, these individuals are being housed separately in accordance with public health guidelines, but that's where we stand at this point in time.
Just one more with the September 18th rally this weekend. I know Karine was asked about this yesterday, but should people in Washington, D.C. expect to see any sort of military presence, National Guard presence, in the city? Could you give some details about just what to expect security-wise in Washington?
We are obviously always watching and take steps in order to ensure the security of people who work in government. We work closely with Congress on that. We typically don't predict that or lay that out in advance, and so I'm not going to do that from here either. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. With only a couple of weeks ahead of the United Nations Climate Summit, obviously the administration is still negotiating a package right now that has climate at its core. Mm-hmm. Do you all feel any pressure right now to get this bill across the line before the summit, when you would present to the world your ambitions on climate change?
Well, the summit is not for 2 months, so we have a bit of time, and obviously we certainly expect that it will move forward in advance of that.
And then do you all feel, I guess in your negotiations at the moment with Senators Manchin and Sinema, for instance, that certain climate provisions may be at stake in the current negotiations, or that you may have to downsize your ambitions there, specifically on climate?
Well, I would say first the climate components of the package are incredibly important to the president, and there are some key components in the infrastructure framework, which include investments, of course, in rail, increasing public transit, ensuring that we have clean drinking water across the country, investment in electric vehicles. There are also key components in the reconciliation package, providing tax cuts for businesses and consumers who invest in clean energy technologies, sending a market signal that brings additional private investment off the sidelines and into modernizing our electric grid, mobilizing the next generation of conservation and resilience. All of these pieces together are vitally important to helping address the climate crisis and moving our agenda forward. The president has still taken additional steps, as he did just last month, where he announced steps to drive American leadership forward on clean cars and trucks, aiming to grow good-paying union jobs at home, and aligning with automakers and the United Auto Workers to make half of all new vehicles sold by 2030, zero emissions. So there are steps we can take outside of these legislative pieces, but certainly moving these legislative pieces forward will be significant. The president has advocated for them. This is an ongoing negotiation, but he's made clear they're important to him. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, right in front of you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You mentioned discussion of mandates for international travel. Does the president support vaccine mandates for domestic travel?
We have not put in place vaccine mandates for domestic travel from the federal government. No, we have not.
But does he support that? Is it under discussion? Has it been under discussion at any point? And if not, why not?
Well, again, there's always a range of discussions about additional steps that can be taken by the federal government to protect us all from COVID, to reduce the spread. What we made the decision on or determination on last week is that putting in place these mandates and requirements on businesses would have the largest impact in helping reduce the spread of COVID, protect more people, and save more lives. So we're maintaining existing travel requirements at this point in time. We're obviously continuing to discuss a range of options, as we always would be.
Jen,
Go ahead, Francesca.
Okay, can I follow up on that? Yes, Jeff Zients said today, though, we are considering vaccination requirements for foreign nationals traveling to the United States, that you're working now to be ready to replace the current restrictions with a new system for international travel, reading those words from him. So what is the time frame that you would imagine for that? Are we talking about weeks here? Are we talking about months before the holidays that are coming up? What can you tell us about that?
So I said something similar in August. So did Jeff Zients, about our desire to work through these working groups, which is different from the domestic question. This is about the international component, to create consistent, equitable approaches that will also keep the American people safe and stop the spread of COVID here. I don't have a projected timeline. It's just an ongoing discussion that's been happening since last August.
Okay,
since August.
Sure.
Last
And a
month.
separate question about the vaccine mandate that the president announced.
Yeah.
Does the president intend for that to apply to employees of state and local governments?
State and local governments will make decisions. Some of them have OSHA requirements and laws, and others don't. I mean, we are still recommending that states, where they can, mandate vaccines. Obviously, leaders will make decisions on their own, but it's really state to state on whether it's applicable under OSHA requirements. Go ahead.
Thanks. On the Biden-Xi call, can you clarify for us if President Biden asked President Xi for a meeting and President Xi declined that? I think there's a little bit of confusion.
Sure. Well, I know there's been some reporting out there about this. So let me just reiterate a couple of things. President Biden and President Xi had a broad strategic discussion. The question as which you're asking about related to a press report, the president and Jake Sullivan both said it's not true, that it was not an accurate portrayal of the call. As we said at the time, they had a discussion about how to continue the ongoing channel of communication, high-level channel of communication between the presidents. And that was certainly a part of the discussion. But in terms of what's next or what format or what that looks like, any reports that suggest there was a conclusion of that are inaccurate.
So is it inaccurate that the request was made from the U.S. president to have a meeting, or is it inaccurate that the Chinese president declined? Because I think not true was not really giving us the full picture of what in the press reports is not accurate.
What's accurate is there is an ongoing discussion with the Chinese leaders about what the next step should be about engagement on a leader-to-leader level. But I don't have anything more to preview for you at this point in time.
One other issue that I know is a big priority of yours on the supply chain crunch, specifically semiconductors. Where in your priority list is getting that broader China competition bill through the Congress, and how much, can you give us a little bit of context of how much your team is working on that still, how to get it done, when to get it done?
Well, there's clearly a lot happening in our legislative agenda right now, but you're absolutely right that moving this forward is a priority. It's part of the discussion that senior members of the White House have with leaders in Congress as we're talking about what we want to get done in the coming months. I'm not going to give a rank order. Obviously, there's a number of pieces we need to get done right now. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. There was a new poll from Monument out today that found that 2 in 10 Americans don't think the country will ever go back to normal after COVID-19. What's the White House message to Americans who are so pessimistic right now?
Our message is we understand your frustration. This has been a long haul, and we have all been navigating through what has been a difficult time in this country for people across the country, whether it's because you have kids who are not yet vaccinated, whether because you're not able to go to sporting events or go to concerts or go out like you used to, or it's all difficult. So first, we would acknowledge that. But I would say the second piece is that the president made clear last week he's going to use every lever possible from the federal government to reduce the spread of COVID, to protect more people, to save more lives. That is what we will hope lead to us going back to a version of normal.
The White House announced the president will be going up to the UN General Assembly next week. Can you give us a sense right now of what that day will look like? Is he going to be holding bilateral meetings, and who might he be meeting with on the sidelines?
Sure. I don't have anything quite yet. Hopefully I'll have by tomorrow. Obviously he'll be giving remarks while he's there. He will have some bilateral meetings. Hopefully we'll have more on that in the next 24 or 4 hours or so. Go ahead, Patsy.
Thanks, Jen. So on President Biden's call to world leaders to recommit against the pandemic, and the call to fully vaccinate the world, 70% of the world population by next September. Many experts that we've spoken to say that this goal will be unlikely to be achieved unless there is a vaccine patent waiver at the WTO. The U.S. has supported this since May, and it's been months, and it doesn't seem like Ambassador Catherine Tai has been able to move the needle a little bit. So is the U.S. serious, and would that be part of the president's call in recommitting to the fight against the pandemic globally?
Well, first, I know there's been a range of reports about an email invitation that was sent out. That was not an announcement or a determination of any goals we're setting. There's still a discussion about that. But I would say that we always said from the beginning the TRIPS waiver process would be a long one. It is. I know we're in September, but we always knew that it would be a lengthy process. But that's never been the only basket that we're focused on. We've also been focused on increasing supply or vaccine supply to the world, where we provide more vaccines to the world than any other country in the world combined. We've also been working with countries on manufacturing capacity and making sure they have the materials they need. So this is an across the board approach. It's not based on one particular component, but in terms of specific goals, I know there's been some reports about an invitation, but those are not yet Representative Nassar for you.
On foreign policy, the Ukrainian president's office issued a statement that as part of the agreement reached during the Biden and Zelensky meeting, Ukraine may receive new air and missile defense systems, in particular the Iron Dome. Can you confirm?
I'd have to check on that with our team. I know we announced we were providing additional assistance when we had that meeting, but in terms of the specifics, I'd have to check with our team. Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up on the timeline for the reconciliation bill. Do you expect that to be signed into law by the time Biden goes to Glasgow, or just move forward?
Look, I'm not setting a deadline on this. All I'm conveying is we're 2 months away is what we're talking about with Glasgow. So obviously we hope to make progress in that period of time. And we're certainly making progress now, but I wouldn't tie it to what our meeting is there, our objectives, our ability to achieve what we want to do.
And then just one more on some of the details of the plan. Does the White House believe the fresh taxes on cigarettes and vaping violate Biden's pledge not to tax any Americans that make less than $400,000 a year?
No, we don't. But I'd also say that this is an idea put forward. There are a range of ideas put forward. This is the period of the process where that discussion is ongoing, and the president encouraged members of Congress to put things forward, things they'd like to see in the package, revenue raisers that they could see in the package. But no, we don't believe that violates our pledge.
Why wouldn't that violate it?
Well, again, I think our pledge, one, is related to Americans making less than $400,000 a year as their income and their taxable income. Also, I know you're going to ask me probably about our opposition to the vehicle mileage tax. Millions of Americans go to work and drive their cars and go to work, and that would impact millions and millions of Americans. Obviously, public health guidance advises against smoking, so that's not something that we think falls into the same category. But again, it's not an idea the president has proposed, and it's just one that's been proposed among many from members of Congress.
Does the White House support that proposal?
It's not one we proposed. There are negotiations. They're happening now. I'm not going to negotiate all of the components from here, but it wasn't one that the president proposed in his initial speech or announcement. But he has also encouraged members to come forward with a range of ideas. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Senators from both parties have called for an investigation into Facebook's internal research on the way young users are affected by Instagram. Would the White House back these efforts?
Efforts by Congress to investigate?
Facebook and their internal research on Instagram and how it affects young users.
I did see some of the reporting. I haven't had a chance to really talk to our team about this. I would say that, the president does think, and he has said, that there are serious issues around how much power internet platforms have amassed in our society, and certainly some of that reporting is an example of that. But in terms of next steps, I don't think I have a further comment at this point in time, but I will see if there's more we have to offer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A question about Iran. Iran has now a new chief nuclear negotiator. It's widely seen as a sign that they're going to adopt a tougher stance. So does the president still believe that he can restart the talks with Iran about nuclear weapons?
He continues to believe that a diplomatic path forward is the best path forward, and that going back to a period of time where we have visibility into Iran's nuclear capabilities, that we can work with our international partners to hold them accountable, is the best step. But obviously that is up to the State Department to determine what's possible with diplomacy. I know we have to wrap here because I think you have to go gather, but why don't we do one last one?
Jen, did the president watch any of the emotional testimony from the U.S. gymnasts earlier today? I know you touched on his message. Did he tune into any of it?
I know he's had a full schedule today, so I'm not sure he's had the opportunity to watch much of the testimony on television. We have mentioned it to him because obviously it impacted many of us as you're watching. I don't know how anyone couldn't have been impacted watching it, but I'm not sure if he'll have an opportunity later today. I know he's been following this closely, of course.
Still have confidence in his FBI director, given many of these young women said they feel failed and betrayed by the FBI. One agent has been removed, but does the president believe that more should be removed from their jobs if they were involved?
There's an IG investigation, which is an important process and one that should be followed, and the president certainly supports that. Obviously, the FBI director was also testifying today and spoke to his views of what went wrong here, so I'd point you to that. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. I think I got to wrap because you guys have to gather. Thanks, everyone.
In the Arizona.
Nobody likes you, Jen Psaki. I wrote that. It's copywritten. Don't try to copy it. Speaking of the FBI and Christopher Wray, we're going to go back over to that hearing for a little bit, then we'll switch over to the Senate floor. But enjoy. As a reminder, October mystery boxes are out. You can find them by going to puretruthclothing.com and order all these designs that you see me printing right now. You will not get them because I only do exclusive designs for each mystery box. These are all September. Karen, I saw your email. We don't distinguish between men and women in our shirts. Everybody in these boxes are likely going to get a women's shirt or two, just because we have extra ones that we're going to give out. If you want to win a TV, go to puretruthclothing.com and search up October Mystery Box. Get it now. I sold, I think, 30 or 40 of them yesterday, so we only have 30 or 40 more, I believe. So we're selling out of them very quickly. So make sure you go and do it. I am not upping it this month like I did last month because this is entirely too much printing and it's taking me forever. Anyway, enjoy. I'll keep that on so you can watch me print stuff.
We both know
We both
very
know.
often, even at the lowly level of the U.S. attorney, I'm being somewhat facetious because I was a U.S. attorney, FBI agents come pounding on my door and say, got to go after this guy. He's dirty. He's a bad guy.
Yeah, you know what? I'll keep the microphone up so I can just talk into it
as a
randomly as I
prosecutor,
work.
I've had my door banged upon in much the same way.
Sure you have,
we
Ray.
have those kinds
You
of
bum.
discussions all the time with the department, including the Attorney General. I did want to clarify one thing I answered in response to one of your earlier questions, which is that the supervisory special agent that we fired, that was 2 weeks ago, just for the record.
I'm going to put my prosecutor, attorney general hat back on and just go through what I saw in Mr. Horowitz's excellent report. A lot of the facts known, that Jay Abbott was in close contact with Stephen Penny, the president of USA Gymnastics. They were both trying to make USA Gymnastics look better. Jay Abbott was applying for a job with the U.S. Olympics Committee. He was on the hunt for employment. He was in contact with Stephen Penny and others, and he was lying to investigators. There's no statute of limitations here that would preclude
I'm not going to use this.
Prosecution or, in your case, an investigation for conspiracy, correct? 5 years.
Well, again, I'm not aware of any statute of limitations problem here, but I would, again,
So
I would defer to the prosecutors.
I would ask you, I call on you to open an investigation here for potential false statement, conspiracy. There are other potential violations. There's no preclusion based on statute of limitations. I recognize that you don't have the power to prosecute, but you do to investigate.
Well, just to be clear, in this particular instance, under our longstanding arrangement with the Inspector General's office, the Inspector General's office has what we sort of colloquially refer to as the right of first refusal as to who's going to take cases of potential criminal misconduct, especially by SES level, which the special agent in charge would have been individuals. And so in this case, consistent with that arrangement, the Inspector General's office took on the criminal investigation. And so that's kind of who had that investigation. On the theory, I think, in part, that it will have more credibility to be done by an outside agency so that it's not the FBI investigating its own.
My time is limited, so I'm not going to go through the theories that could be explored by one or the other of your offices here to continue to bring to justice and accountability the agents, members of the FBI, a special supervisory agent, and a former special agent in charge. These are experienced agents. They're not a new trainee that might have kind of wandered off in the wrong direction. But let me just conclude. The people who have to answer here are the Department of Justice in a large degree. They declined the prosecution. They are not here today. They weren't invited. We urge them to appear. And so I hope both of you agree that they should be witnesses to answer many of the questions we've asked you, and you rightly have said have to be answered by them. Would you agree?
Well, look, as an independent Inspector General, frankly, I'm not going to speak for the department on what they should or shouldn't do in terms of testifying before Congress. On the prior questions, I would say to you, Senator, I'm happy to have further discussions as we've had on these ethics issues. I will say one of the things that's apparent from this case and many others we've done is 18 U.S.C. 208, which is the criminal ethics statute that you're very familiar with. is a very challenging, that's a nice way of putting it, statute, and it could be made a lot clearer and a lot and clarify what's illegal and what's not. We've faced this challenge on many occasions in our ethics-related work, and I'd be happy to obviously chat further with you about that.
Director Wray?
My answer is similar. I really want to be careful not to speak for the department or for the committee in its oversight responsibility as to who its witnesses are, but I certainly understand the point of your question.
Thank you. Thank you both. And I will be following up with both of you on these issues. I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. Director Wray, you testified that you've run out of adjectives to really describe the horror that you feel as to what happened in this case. But frankly, the sexual assault and abuse of girls, women, children, those most vulnerable in our society has been going on since time immemorial. And I don't think we do a great job of investigating these kinds of crimes. And certainly, the military, the sexual assault in the military is an ongoing scourge, or in law enforcement. And so we have a situation where it's very clear that in your Indianapolis field office, you had a person in charge there who I think exhibited a certain kind of attitude. Mr. Horowitz says a kind of a mindset that I've concluded says that as far as he was concerned, these kinds of crimes were not much of a big deal. It was not a big deal. It is really a mindset. So I'm glad to know, Director Wray, that you do provide specialized training for those agents or those people within the FBI who deal with these kinds of crimes. That's what you testified, correct?
Yes, Senator. We have actually a number of different kinds of training. One that is mandatory for all employees, regardless of whether they work these cases, that emphasizes their obligation to report abuse, even if they're not working these kinds of cases. But then the second, which is I think what you're referring to, is specifically geared towards people who handle these kinds of cases and their supervisors. And the new training that we've put in place in the wake of the Inspector General's report adds into it the lessons learned. It talks about all the policies and procedure changes that I've testified here today about, but it also talks about the lessons learned, the painful lessons learned from this particular case.
Well, apparently neither Mr. Abbott or the second agent in your Indianapolis office had that kind of training, correct?
Well, they had earlier forms of training that before I joined the FBI, they didn't have the training, obviously, that we put in place since the report because they're both gone.
That's the thing about this kind of training, that you don't change hearts and minds because somebody goes through this kind of training, and that is why the kind of follow-up or whatever you put in place to make sure that the kind of mindset that conveys to the survivors of crimes like this, that whatever happened to them is not a big deal or they are not believed. Is it your expectation that what you've put in place, the changes you've put in place, the kind of training that you provide will ensure, let us hope, that all of your agents, all the people who are dealing with these kinds of crimes do not display that kind of mindset to the survivors?
Well, certainly it's my expectation that people will not display the kind of mindset that's reflected in this report. The training is an important part of it, but it's not the only part of it. Much as Inspector General Horowitz talked about how he will follow up, we have additional follow-up and safeguards. That's why, for example, in addition to the training that I've already described, we're putting in place a third training that will go by the end of the year, again, to every employee in the FBI that talks about the lessons learned from this particular matter. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at in my opening statement. We want to take the pain that occurred here and use it as a catalyst to teach people the importance of doing the work in the right way, to teach them what is riding in real heart-wrenching human terms, what's at stake in getting the job done right. And I think that's part of it. I will say that one of my biggest frustrations in this is that I spend a lot of time and have throughout my career working with FBI agents, analysts, and professional staff who do these kinds of cases. And what you see in this report is not what I see from these people. The people I see don't want to go home at night. They're afraid that in the 1 hour of sleep they get, that's going to be the 1 hour that some other child is victimized. And the conscientiousness that most of the people who work these cases display is so far removed from what Inspector General Horowitz found in the Indianapolis example that it boggles the mind. But we're going to make darn sure that it doesn't happen again.
Okay, one of the ways that I hope that you determine whether your training works is to get feedback from the people, the survivors, or the people that your people are engaging with or questioning as to whether or not, to get a sense of how they have been treated, how their allegations have been dealt with. Do you do that kind of follow-up?
We do it, I guess I would say we do it informally through the use of two types of personnel, both of which I've made reference to here today. We have the child adolescent forensic interviewers, who again are interviewers who are specially trained for this particular type of case, with all the sensitivities that requires. And then we have our victim services personnel, which are not interviewers, but are designed to provide support, help connect victims to other services, et cetera. And through those conversations with the victims, that's how we learn whether or not we're doing the job right.
Do you think that that is an accurate way to measure whether the kind of specialized training that needs to happen in dealing with these kinds of cases, sexual assault, sexual abuse cases, do you think that's adequate feedback for you?
Well, I think it's a good way to get firsthand impressions from survivors as to about their interaction with our people, and that in turn should be fed into whether or not the training is working, but it also goes into our policies, our procedures, everything else as well.
Because this is all in the context of these kinds of crimes are vastly underreported. You would agree with that. And so it's a particularly traumatizing area of crimes, I would say, and therefore you do need specialized training, and I commend you for doing that, but I also want to make sure that that training is actually sinking in, because you don't change attitudes and a culture of where one of our people who testified said normalization of abuse. When she said that, it really struck me that was what was going on in their lives and their experience with this horrible person. I see that Senator Cornyn is here. Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Inspector General Horowitz, Director Wraith, I just have a few questions. I know you testified at some length, but given the conflicting assignments that many members have, I may ask you to repeat some things you've said earlier. Let me just ask Director Wray, how many people work for the FBI?
We have roughly 37,000 employees.
Do you have real-time knowledge of everything they're doing?
No.
But you do understand that, like all leaders, the buck stops with you.
I understand that I am ultimately accountable for us as an enterprise. Yes, sir.
And I guess one of the things that concerns me the most about this incident and when things like this happen at the line FBI agent level is the difficulty, the challenges that you as the director have or that management has actually knowing what's going on a real-time basis. So I imagine you depend on the chain of command and those subordinates below you to provide you the information that you as the director would need. But to me, the thing that I think most people watching this hearing might wonder, certainly I do, is that if these elite athletes, people whose names average Americans and people around the world know, if their allegations of sexual assault are not taken seriously in an investigation of this nature, how can they have confidence that if something like this were to happen to them or their family or their loved one, that those allegations would be taken seriously? Have you given that some thought? And if you have, please tell me what your answer is.
Well, I understand all too well that the FBI depends on the trust of the American people, including, in particular, survivors of this kind of horrific criminality, and depends on that trust for them to come forward and to have confidence that their reports are going to be thoroughly and aggressively investigated. And I wish I could wave a magic wand and change what happened back in 2015 and 16. I can't, much as I wish it were otherwise. What I can do is show the American people and make sure that our people show the American people that through the way we do our work, through the changes, the significant changes that we've put in place on my watch, adopting all of the Inspector General's recommendations, building in double checks, triple checks, quadruple checks in certain instances, firing individuals where we can, that we are worthy of that trust. But I understand we're going to have to earn that trust. I will say, as I've said to a few of your colleagues, that what I see in this report is not representative of the incredible conscientiousness, compassion, and almost ferocious dedication that I see from, even within the FBI, the people who work these kinds of cases. And my hope is that those people will be able to help me prove to the American people that we're worthy of their trust.
Inspector General Horowitz, were some of the agents, FBI employees, referred for criminal prosecution, potential criminal prosecution to the Department of Justice?
There were 2 agents whose conduct was referred.
And have there been any prosecutions of those agents?
There have not been.
So I wonder both, maybe go back to Director Wray again. I think what people want to see not only is the recognition of the mistakes that were made and a commitment to do something to make sure that those are not repeated, but they also want to know that there is accountability. And do you know why the Department of Justice has declined to prosecute those 2 agents?
As I said, that's a decision by the Justice Department in response to the investigation done by the Inspector General, so I don't know the answer to that. I have done what I can do, which is to have fired the supervisory special agent who is featured so prominently in the report. And I wish there were action I could take with the special agent in charge, but he retired before this review commenced.
And so you don't have jurisdiction anymore once he retires?
From there's nothing disciplinary we can do really after somebody has left the Bureau. And that's been a frustration of mine, but I understand that's the reality of the system.
Well, I'm thinking as we're sitting here about other Inspector General reports that Inspector General Horowitz has issued on the Crossfire Hurricane scandal. And, you know, I think part of the problem is that people see repeated instances where there's misconduct, but then no real accountability. And I understand what you're telling me, that once an agent retires, there's nothing within your jurisdiction you can do. But we are left here with a request for the Department of Justice to come testify. Deputy AG Monaco, apparently she's declined to do so, to answer questions. And so the American people and these victims of sexual assault are left to wonder whether their claims are really being taken seriously if there is simply a declination by the Department of Justice to prosecute and no real willingness to come explain the rationale for that, or why there isn't some accountability where accountability can be had. So I'm not sure exactly what to do about that. But you can understand certainly the frustration that we all feel when there is this sense that justice has not been done.
I'll see.
Let me be clear, as others have, and as you and I have discussed, Director Wray, I believe the FBI is the gold standard when it comes to law enforcement agencies. And it really breaks my heart to see an agency that does so much good on a daily basis for so many people that its reputation is besmirched by a handful of people who go off the rails. And then this sense is left that, well, they were never ultimately held accountable for what has happened. I think it leaves all of us sort of looking for other things we might be able to do. Look, we all experience tragedies, and like this, other examples you could think of, loss of life of the Marine that whose funeral I attended on Monday in Laredo, Texas, who was killed in the terrorist attack in Kabul. Other times that I and others have had an opportunity to meet with and grieve with families who've been, through no fault of their own, a victim of some unjust act or incident. And you know, the one thing that it boils down to is if we can tell them, and if it's actually a credible statement, and they actually believe that they have not suffered in vain, or that their loved one has not lost their life in vain, that somewhere, somehow, something good will come out of this in terms of the protection of people in the future, that is maybe a slender reed for them to hold on to, but that is maybe the only hope that we can offer out of a tragedy like this. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I do, Senator. I too, of course, believe the FBI is the gold standard, but part of what I think gives us the brand that we have after 113 years is not that we're flawless. We have made some real doozies of mistakes over 113 years, but part of what makes, I think, any high-performing organization high-performing is not that it never fails, but that it learns from its failures. And what I would say to those women is that I am so deeply sorry for what our folks did, and more importantly, didn't do back in 2015 and 16. They deserved so much better than what they got. But what I will say, which is the best thing I can do now, as the director now, is to make sure that we use their courage in coming forward, the pain that was caused here, to use it constructively, as you say, to have something good come out of it. And that is all the changes that we've made in response. And as I said in my opening statement, I and my leadership team are determined to make sure everybody in the FBI is focused on learning from this so that it doesn't happen again.
Inspector General Horowitz, my impression of the work, your work in your office has been that it is a high-quality, professional operation, and my congratulations. Unfortunately, the product of your professionalism and your office's good work is to expose some pretty ugly things. And again, I'm thinking back over Crossfire Hurricane and the abuses that occurred in the context of that investigation, and now this one. Do you have some thoughts you could share with us on the role of the Inspector General in uncovering this information and what that means in terms of the FBI's ability to learn from these mistakes and correct them and to prevent their repetition?
Absolutely, Senator, and obviously appreciate your strong support for our office and the work that we do over the years. We issued many high-profile reports, and as you know from our interactions, many reports that never make the front pages or any pages, but are critical to reforming government, making changes that need to occur. And we got jurisdiction over the FBI back in 2001 and 2002, when Attorney General Ashcroft ordered that after the spy scandals that had hit the FBI. And I think while it puts forth, obviously, some very concerning situations at times, as Director Wray indicated, by our being able to go in independently and look at these events and report on them. The benefit is we are able to shine the light on that, show transparency, allow Director Wray and his leadership team to see what had occurred, and allow them to make the changes that they're making. And I can say we're fortunate at the OIG to have to be working with Director Wray and his leadership team, who have, in my experience, in the few years he's been director, have always taken our recommendations to heart and has moved forward. And as I said earlier, as much as we rely on that kind of commitment, we're also there, though, as he knows, to go in independently still afterwards and say, all right, we heard this is what you did. Now what do we think of that? And then we report to you and to them. And so the public can know that that follow-up is going to occur. This isn't the end of our work, not in the least. It's not the end of the FBI's work, as you heard from the director. It's not the end of ours. We're going to go back once they've reported to us what they've done formally in all of the steps we've asked them to do and others that they say they are doing, and we've already gotten informal reports in that regard. And then we'll go back and we will write up ourselves and document what our thinking is, report to them. We are still, just to give a sense of to the public, and I know you know this, it's now almost 20 years since our various immediate post-Patriot Act reforms from the early 2000s, and we're still doing follow-up on some of those reports. The FBI has made important steps forward, and we add additional layers. And so we keep following up, and we will keep working on this, and we will make sure that the structural reforms that need to occur, that we think need to occur in our independent judgment, will happen. But obviously, Director Wray and his leadership team are responsible from a management standpoint of making that occur.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. You owe me 5 minutes. I'd like to call on Senator Ossoff to ask his questions remotely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Inspector General Horowitz, Director Wray, for joining us. Thank you in particular, and Mr. Inspector General, for your and your team's diligent work to ascertain these facts. Could you please elaborate on the nature of the discussions between Mr. Abbott and Mr. Penny regarding potential employment for Mr. Abbott at institutions associated with USA Gymnastics or the U.S. Olympic Committee?
I can. They began, as I mentioned, in a discussion that they had when they met at a bar in 2015, where Mr. Penny and Mr. Abbott discussed a future job opening, head of security at the U.S. Olympic Committee, that Mr. Abbott expected, Mr. Penny expected to occur. That initial discussion led to Mr. Abbott's interest in the position. And then there are ongoing discussions between the two of them, as we outline in the report, in emails that we've seen, where Mr. Abbott expresses his interest in the job and, equally troubling, acknowledges that it would be inappropriate for him and a conflict of interest for him to pursue the position because of the ongoing Nassar investigation. Yet, as we found in 2017, that is precisely what he did in applying for the job, which he was never ultimately interviewed for.
And who initiated the discussion about employment prospects? Was that an opportunity dangled by Mr. Penny, or was it solicited by Mr. Abbott?
That was an opportunity mentioned first by Mr. Penny because of his understanding that there might be a future retirement or an upcoming retirement at the U.S. Olympic Committee.
So just to be clear, Mr. Penny, the chief executive at USA Gymnastics, while there is an ongoing FBI inquiry into gross misconduct, criminal activity, and sexual abuse by at least one USA Gymnastics employee, raises with the special agent in charge at the field office that is steering this investigation the prospect of potentially lucrative and prestigious employment at a parallel organization where Mr. Penny may have influence. Is that correct?
That's correct. And at the same time, writing in emails, for example, how he's looking for additional information about the Nassar investigation and events as they occur.
Is it within your jurisdiction, Mr. Inspector General, to make referrals for potential prosecution to the Department of Justice with respect to personnel outside of the Department of Justice components that you oversee?
I know, but I want him to ask.
It would not be, except in the case where perhaps they were, for example, this occurs in a prison context where they are bringing in contraband, working with a BOP employee. Those are the instances where we might.
Did you make any referral to DOJ specifically with respect to Mr. Penny and his conduct in this case? That is, again, to restate it, because it is truly shocking to state it in bare and clear terms, dangling employment prospects to the special agent in charge at the Indianapolis field office, who is at least supposed to be leading the investigation of sexual abuse by USA Gymnastic personnel?
We did not, and let me just explain why we did not in that case, and the challenge on Mr. Abbott with regard to the criminal issue here, which is 18 U.S.C. 208, which is the federal criminal statute, is a, I think I mentioned this earlier, challenging one, and that's being generous with speaking about how it's written, to determine whether there was a criminal violation. The challenge here was, and I'm focused on the law here, as to how 208 is, because Mr. Abbott was looking for a job at the U.S. Olympic Committee, and Mr. Penny was employed by the U.S. Gymnastics Federation Association, two different entities, that situation is not clearly covered by 208, no matter how clear it would be to a layperson, the interactions between those two entities.
Well, I want to explore that further with you and the process by which you make a determination about a potential criminal referral for an individual such as Mr. Penny or for Mr. Abbott in this case, and certainly willing to have ongoing discussions with you about whether or not that statute needs to be modified, where, in my view, based upon the facts that you've laid out in your report and testified to today, this is clearly something that should not just be contrary to FBI's code of conduct, but merits serious consideration of criminal prosecution for both parties to a discussion. So obviously inappropriate. If it's not illegal, it should be illegal. I suspect it already is illegal. And we need to look seriously at what criminal statutes may have been violated by Mr. Abbott and Mr. Penny in having those disgusting discussions in the midst of this FBI inquiry. It brings me to another point I want to raise here, which is there's been much discussion
Excuse me,
about...
Senator. I understand that Director Wray has a hard stop after your 5 minutes of questioning. So if you have any particular questions for him, could you put those for the record? And then you can proceed with your questions of Mr. Horowitz, if you care to. So thank you very much, Director Wray.
Thank you, Senator. I'd be happy to take your questions as a follow-up in writing, but thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator
Director
Ossoff.
Wray.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Inspector General Horowitz, you've made a number of meritorious and thorough recommendations for reform, and it's our understanding, based upon Director Wray's testimony today, that many or all of them he intends to or is in the process of implementing. However, here's my concern. Almost all of this conduct already violated FBI policies and procedures. So reform of rules, processes, and procedures clearly warranted and worthy of intense scrutiny and consideration. But reform without accountability is inadequate. These personnel already violated FBI policy. And so my question for you is, we've heard Director Wray state several times today that he doesn't believe he has any recourse for disciplinary action with respect to these individuals beyond the date of their termination or retirement. Have you and your team looked at what disciplinary and personnel prerogatives, processes, regulations may need to be changed so that there can be accountability? Look, we've talked a lot about what DOJ is going to do, and we need to look carefully at whether DOJ is going to enforce the law here. And in my view, they must enforce the law here, given the gross misconduct and apparently illegal activity. But within the spectrum of what the FBI can do independently, their inability to impose any accountability past the date of termination or retirement seems like a major weakness in the personnel management system that undermines the ability of someone like Director Wray to deter and punish misconduct that's discovered after someone leaves the Bureau. Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, Senator, I agree. I completely understand the frustration as an organization at the IG's office that frequently faces this challenge of investigating people who immediately retire upon being investigated and go take their pensions and go off. We finish our work, we finalize our reports, but then there's no administrative consequences in the administrative context. There may or may not be criminal consequences depending upon the nature of the violation. So I'd be very pleased to sit with you and your staff and your team to talk about those issues, as well as the need to look at the ethics laws on the criminal side, 208 of the Title 18, because there is work to be done there, and I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you. Well, let's sit down and have this discussion shortly. I want to thank you as well for your close collaboration with my team as we've built what I hope will be bipartisan and successful legislation to reform practices at the Bureau of Prisons. I have, Madam Chair, if you'll indulge me, just one final question for the Inspector General, which is whether a full and deep review of the service and disciplinary records for Mr. Abbott and for his subordinates similarly implicated in misconduct or negligent conduct was undertaken to ascertain whether someone who demonstrated such terrible judgment and such a lack of professionalism may have done other damage, broken other rules or laws earlier in their career.
What we would do in all of our matters is look to see if we had any prior allegations against the individual. Beyond that, we would not, in a case like this, normally go back into earlier points in time, Senator. Frankly, with our staffing and our personnel, we just don't have that ability to go beyond what we have in front of us and what we've seen before in terms of allegations.
Well, the offenses that you established in your investigation are so severe and such an indictment of Mr. Abbott's character and judgment that I would submit to you and whoever the relevant personnel at FBI or DOJ are, that there needs to be a full review of his service record to determine whether or not there are others who have been harmed by his inability to conduct himself within the bounds of regulation, professionalism, and law. Thank you, Mr. Inspector General, as always, for your diligent work and your testimony today.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Very much appreciate it.
Weird, they didn't even gavel it in. They didn't even gavel in that it was over. They just were like, yeah, we're done. We're not going to get anywhere with this. We're not going to tell you anything. We're not going to learn anything, so it doesn't matter. There's been some news today. I'm going to talk about it tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Wake Up America. Tune to it if you want to learn what's really going on in this country. 5 o'clock, Joe Biden is going to give a speech. I'm not going to play it live. I will just watch it later and talk about that in the show. I'm also going to talk about General Milley and the statement that he has released this afternoon. And obviously, we watched the White House press conference where Jen Psaki threw all of her support and the support of the White House behind General Milley, even though, and he now admits openly that, yes, he's a effing traitor to our country, and he undermined the president that he was working under at that time, and likely is doing it now. I mean, if that's not something that you should pay attention to, I don't know. But we'll talk about that tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Make sure you listen. Yeah, it should be entertaining. We'll see you later tonight. I gotta go pick up my kids and then mow my yard, which looks like a jungle. But yeah, I printed a bunch of shirts. Again, if you guys want to order these shirts, you can't, because these are for the September mystery boxes. I do special designs for each of those mystery boxes. They're getting these designs, the ones that I've been printing. I have roughly, I would say, another 300, 500, who knows. I got a lot of shirts to print. So I'll be doing that primarily, pretty much the whole day tomorrow. I'll be printing. I still have a stiff neck, and it's probably from printing these. But I've got the large and the extra large done. I'm going to try to get the small and mediums done tomorrow, and then package those all as well and get them out. And again, those boxes are going to be chock full, except the mediums, I think. But those boxes are going to be chock full of T-shirts. You may, if you ordered September mystery boxes, you may get some female shirts in there. You don't need to send me an email. Give it away. If you're a male and you get a V-neck in there, it's going to be an extra. The new designs will all be regular T-shirts, but we have some extra V-necks and stuff from before, so they'll be in whatever box. I'm not going to go through them. I'm just going to throw them in there so you guys can get it. If you want to order the new mystery boxes, you could do so via the link. I'll post it in the chat. We are giving away another TV this month. We're going to give one away in one of these boxes. And just so everyone knows, the way I do it is I take all the boxes. I take at least one of each side. I put them on my kitchen table so I could fit 22 boxes there. Medium boxes, it's less. I could fit 9 if they're the large boxes. And then what I do is I randomly take the gift cards or whatever and I throw them in the boxes. Mark them up. I know that it's a small, medium, large, and then I make all the other boxes. That way I know exactly. I don't know is what I meant to say. I don't know who gets the prizes. This week we're giving away 3 $50 gift cards, a $100 gift card, plus a TV. On October, same thing. 3 $50 gift cards, a $100 gift card, plus a 55-inch TV with a lifetime membership to Citizen Stringer. So if you'd like to get in on that mystery box, we got a couple of those left. The link is in the chat. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern Time for Wake Up America. Thank you. Bye.